Hey, good morning, fellas. I'm late. But I'm here. I'm late, but I'm here. How we doing, fellas? Good morning, John, Trip Candy, Nilsson, Indie Scalper, Black Coffee Trader. Good morning. D Trader. Oh, man, not that we already have a cough. Perfect EMAC Design, Trip Candy, John. Good morning, Trader J, Jin, Craig, NP, Perfect Play. Good morning. Perfect Play. I'm probably not going to use him for the time being. I'm trying not to get into too many different ways or strategies, at least for now. If you want to send him over, I don't mind, but not saying that I'm going to use him right away. All right, the market opened, I guess. It opened without me, ripped higher, just barely made new highs, and now pulling back from the 334s all the way down to the 274s. So market, again, we have FOMC at 2, so I really don't know what to expect, but things could get violent. Things could get violent today. Alan Sutton, Peter Schapp, Orlando, good morning. K Trader, good morning. NP, Craig, Jin, Lewis, good morning. Fufu Rar, good morning. How we doing, fellas? Let's have a good day. Let's have a good day. I do, full disclosure, I do have a drawing. Actually, a couple drawings that people are waiting on that I have to try and get done here. So I might be a little bit oh man, and already my cough is already coughing again this morning. So irritating. Okay, I think we're good to go. All right, we're trying to bounce here, but man, this thing is looking kind of... I mean, again, we have FOMC. I don't know what to expect. Are we going to just go sideways from here until FOMC? Or are we just going to see some serious volatility? Hey, good morning, R5 Studios. Good to see you. Michael Steinberg, good morning. Carlos, good morning. Lewis, good morning. Namak, good morning. PTN, good morning. Good to see everybody. Let's get it. This will be our account. We're going to be trading now since we totally destroyed that account we had yesterday. That was unfortunate. Not really going to talk about it. Man, we are ripping lower. Well, I guess maybe this market's going to sell off into the FOMC minutes. Pretty big sell-off here right at the open. Whoa, John! Joe, yo, John, what in the world? Just wanted to say thank you to you, Travis, and chat. You got approved for your first payout. Everyone I mentioned was amazing help. John, that is awesome. Thank you so much, John. Thank you. You did not have to do that, but man, that is so awesome. Congratulations, John, on your first payout. I love it. Let's go. That is awesome, John. Oh, man, that makes my day. You know, I can lose money now today, and I'll just think back to John getting his first payout, and it'll be a good day. It will be a good day. Oh, let's go. That's awesome. Did you just get approved last night? I might just pin this message, keep this message on here the rest of the day. $180 degrees from a payout in the pit. Okay, you requested Friday after work. You got approved yesterday. Awesome. That is so cool. I love it. Very, very nicely done, John. Well deserved. But man, this market is pretty serious about selling off here this morning. I mean, a key level is going to be here at the 220, 235s, 230s. This range is going to be an important level. So let's see what happens when we get there. Let's see what happens. Hey, Win, good morning. So it is real and you're not a streamer. Exactly. I thought you had to be a streamer, John. I thought you had to be a streamer in order to be able to get a payout from Apex. I thought that's what I was told. Can you guys hear the construction guys outside? They are here this morning. They are putting in the work. Actually, can we pull them up on a video on the... Maybe we can watch them live. We can watch them working. I didn't even think of this. Hang on. If they're working on a nutty golf course, nope. They're putting in a... They are putting in a pergola this morning. Here, let's see if we can see them. I don't want to show them on... I don't want to show them long. All right. I think we can see them. So we can see them working. Here they are. Excuse the dirty... My window is really, really dirty. So that's the streakiness that you see, but they're putting in the work. Can't wait till it's done. Can't wait. We won't spy on them too long. I should name the new building. You guys are something. Yeah, it's looking great. I love it. Yeah, it is. Our backyard's definitely going to look different. Our backyard used to be so bland, like literally nothing. We had nothing in our backyard. Install a helipad for Daryl to come visit. Very funny. Like he would come visit me. All right. Oh, yes, the clock. I knew I was forgetting something. Because I always forget something. Be something wrong if I didn't. I heard they were building a bunker. Definitely not a bunker. I'll come visit when I get the golf course. I think we might be a ways away yet from doing a par 3 hole. I wish I could. I mean, I technically, well, I'm not sure I technically could, but not sure I could get that one approved, folks. Hey, Islam, good morning. Good morning. A trading bunker. Just in case we get, I'm not sure why I need a bunker, though. Trading bunker with Starlink internet. If I'm live daily, usually. Unless we have a really bad day, sometimes I end my stream pretty early, like yesterday. Wah wah. But yeah, for the most part. Okay, I need to update I need to get my drawings updated here. Because if I don't, we are going to have problems, according to a client. You know what one of my pet peeves is with my current job in doing drawings? It is client red lines. Man, do I not like client red lines. Especially when you have especially when I have a client, like the designers are usually not terrible, but if you have a client that doesn't really know and they just literally redline the dumbest stuff you can think of. Oh, I hate it. Then you have to explain things. Anyway, whatever. We'll survive. We will survive. Are they done already? I think they're done. Hang on. Let's take a look. I hear the truck starting up. They got here at 7:30, and at 10 o'clock they're already done. That's impressive. That is impressive. Oh, I just realized. Hey, good morning, Alpine. Yeah, they say yes, exactly. Good morning, Alpine. How we doing? How are we doing, Alpine? It's been a long road, Mr. Bobo. I was number 107 or 108 subscriber. Let's go, Mr. Bobo. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Payouts are game changing. They really are. You know what's weird about getting payouts? Like, getting payouts are a game changer on a lot of different levels. But one of the biggest things for me so far has just been I feel way less stress. Like, my stress level or anxiety level has dropped significantly. Like, if I have a red day, or even like yesterday blowing up that one account, yeah, it sucks, but it's like, it's a different kind of feeling. It's like, it just feels different, and it doesn't hurt as much, which it helps that I've already gotten a payout from that account anyway, but it's just a different feeling. It's a different feeling, and I'm a big fan. I am a big fan of the feeling. And I can definitely tell that getting some payouts under your belt makes a big difference in how you're streaming, or not streaming, but how you're trading. And just that it just feels different. It feels not as much pressure. And anytime that you can eliminate pressure, that is a good thing, in my opinion. Yeah, it takes the weight off. Oh, and Alpine is hungover. Alpine was drinking a little bit too much last night. Man, it's been a while since I can remember since I was hungover, but I remember those days. You wake up, it seems like your eyelids don't want to work right, and then you finally get your eyelids to open, and then everything is so severely, insanely bright, and then you have a headache. That's when you know it's time to you just need to pull the covers back up over your head, go back to sleep, and you know what? You'll sort out the rest later. You will figure out the rest later. You're just dehydrated. Okay. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought. Man, we're just going nowhere here at the bottom here. Kind of hard. Is this going to be, are we going to make a move higher now? Feel like we could. I wonder if Apex will let you reactivate an old PA since they'll let you pay for it again. What are you talking about, Mr. Pusha? What do you mean? Are you saying that you can go back to an old email of a PA account that you've blown and it'll let you pay for the activation fee again? I mean, that seems like it would be a pretty good science experiment. Who wants to waste $85? Raise your hand. They'll take your money, and then they'll let you pay for the account, and then when you go to the next screen, it'll just be a big what's that song? Rickrolled. They'll just play the Rickrolled song. Got him. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. That would be funny. You just got Rickrolled. Man, at one point that was such a thing. Like every video, like you'd click on, or I don't know. I remember when that used to be a big thing. Nice, Alpine, nice. Wait, so what does happen at Alpine? It wouldn't work. They don't let you pay for it. It will put a payment for another account. Ah, I see. That's interesting. I never knew that. You still have a pending payout? Hey, don't feel bad. My payouts are still pending too. So I'm really glad that my payouts are still pending. Then people can't, oh, you have streamer privileges. They just approve your payouts because you're a streamer. Chipotle calls are up 5 million% today. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that might be a little exaggerated, but hey. Okay. Dude, they just left. They literally left just now. They put up that pergola in literally 2.5 hours. I am impressed. Yours got approved today, Alpine. Still got 2 more requests. Yeah, the streamer privilege thing is funny. Yep. But some people you just can't, you know. Yeah, I'm kind of glad my accounts haven't been approved yet. Hope it goes a couple more days. My trading strategy, you don't want to know my trading strategy. It'll cause you to lose money. And then you would blame me. We can't have that. No, in all seriousness, GGC, I am not qualified to be sharing any kind of strategy, but I basically keep it very simple. I buy pullbacks in a very simple saying. This is what I do. This is my strategy. I buy the dips and I hope it rips. That's it in a nutshell. Buy the dips and hope it rips. That's how we do it. Some people think that's not good, and I don't care. You know, I'm just waiting now. I'm just waiting for some troll to come in here. I'm just waiting for some troll to come in here and make fun of my trading so that I can ask him for his payouts like Alpine does. I can't wait. I felt like before I couldn't really ask for people's payouts because I hadn't had a payout yet. But now that I have a payout, people are going to come in here and talk smack. You better shut up and put up. You better put up or shut up. Or you gone. Yes, I'm talking to you, Patrick Wieland. I know he's listening. Patrick Wieland is always listening. I know it. He can't help himself. And better nut up or shut up. That's right. That's how we roll here. Nut up or shut up. That might sound rude. That could be taken a little bit too far. Oh, man. Get myself in trouble. My wife did share last night. My wife shared that she's one of the secret viewers. Like, she'll tune in, but she's yet to even chat. So we do have to make sure we keep it very, let's make sure we keep it very family friendly here. She did say one way to get her to chat was if she calls me and I don't pick up, then she's going to chat in the chat and be like, pick up your phone. So I have discovered a way to get her to chat. She inadvertently told me how I can get her to chat. So if she calls me today, because she's actually not at home. So if she calls me today, I'm just not going to pick up. And then that's going to force her to chat and actually chat. Because as soon as she chats, I know who she is. I know her username. Okay? So if she chats, I'll know who she is, and then I can make her a mod. And you guys can all say hi to Mrs. Nutty. So we got it all figured out. We might go through a little bit of grief. She might have a little bit of issue with me not picking up my phone, but we'll be okay. We'll go through that off stream. It'll be fine. You want a t-shirt that says shut up or not? You guys are funny. She's just going to drop the ban hammer on all of us. Yikes. I don't think so. She thinks it's pretty cool. She thinks it's pretty cool, like how the chat works and everything. She thinks it's pretty cool. What if this is it until 2 p.m.? Well, then I guess we're going to be bored. If this is all we do from now until 2, we're just going to be bored. That's all. Patrick's going to put wings on his boat, fly to high and do a nutty Patrick Whelan collaboration. That would be the day. I could not see that happening for a multiple reasons. A, if he would come in my home, he would, first of all, my wife might just knock him out. And second of all, you know, that would be the first issue because he should have never talked about my wife. That was a mistake he made. Yeah, he should have never done that. But, you know, some people are douchebags and they just can't be bothered. They just cannot help themselves. What was said that was disrespectful? I don't even want to go over it again. Oh, did you make all your money back from yesterday on the drop of the open? No, I did not. Yeah, I know, Alpine. That's the thing. If you watch his daily streams and that's all you watch, you would walk away with and think that Patrick's probably he's probably already made 200,000 to 300,000 in withdrawals this year with Apex. That would probably be the takeaway most people would have if they did, if they only watched him. But it's actually it's actually kind of astounding that he hasn't gotten a payout. I mean, early January, do you guys, I'm sure you guys remember, early January, he had 15 150K accounts that had a profit in them of over $10,000 in each account. Like, that's insane. And somehow he blew that. Like, that's crazy, man. Kind of sad, to be honest. But it's not that, I mean, I don't have much to say when it comes to, I mean, it took me a long time to get a payout. That's, I don't really have much to say in that respect, but I'm also not pretending to be making, $5,000-$10,000 a day. That's the difference. And get your wife an Apex account, help her get a payout so you can tell Patrick Whelan that your wife even got a payout before you. I actually need to. We've talked about it many times. And my wife actually is interested in trading once we're not as busy, then we're definitely going to do that. All right, I'm almost done with these updates. But man, this market does not look that tradable right now. Yeah, my wife is. She's very patient too. Yeah, it is. You're right, Alpine. I was thinking about maybe getting her a take profit account or something like that. Yeah, that's correct, Peter Schaap. You can only have 20 accounts per household. That would be correct. What type of drawings do I do? Just a lot of times for restaurants, that type of thing. Here, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like when I'm doing my drawings. I just go in, I make the changes, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this is some great price action. That's right, Black Coffee. It's great price action for when you're drawing, when you're doing updated drawings and you're not paying attention to the market. If I can draw the market going up or down. No, what I showed was that is a solid edge. Solid edge is what I use for my drawings. Hey, we're finally making a move higher. What? Oh my gosh, I almost put in the wrong. I almost had the wrong ATM selected. I almost entered with 5 contracts. That would have been a great way to start the day. Yes, but yeah, this is solid edge. Very similar to AutoCAD and SolidWorks, but just a little bit different. Okay, that is done, that is done, and that is done. I think I'm done. Wow, look at this thing rip higher, and we're not included. It's kind of rude. Ooh. Man, this thing really ripping. What the world? Oh, dang it. I knew I missed something. Okay, make the move up to the 300s. Okay, now I'm done with my drawings. Just need to now send them and we can focus on this market. Okay, we are done. Let's go. All right. Now we can focus. All right. If it's interior design, not really. It's basically just some tables. Nothing too crazy, really. Just some little itsy bitsy tables. Like this. This was one of the tables. Like that. And what was another one? Another table like that. Basically, this, like, they have a combination of tables like this design and then some like this design. That's what I was doing. How many accounts do I copy trade at a time? I only trade one at a time currently. Why is payout request approval taking so long? It just takes time. They have a lot of accounts to go through and it just takes time. Don't panic, and whatever you do, do not trade the accounts until it's been approved, okay? Do not do it. Control yourself. You want that rectangular one as a desk? Yeah, that one's pretty cool. Hey, good morning, Trader's Chick. You know what I just realized? I forgot my coffee. I hate when I do that. Now, I have to go get my coffee and put it in the microwave and heat it up again. Dang it. I'll be right back. Ay, ay, ay. Can you say V-shape reversal here? Hold it. This market looks a little scary today. Hey, least estimator, when I will do a Discord, I don't know. Honestly, saw some of the drama and stuff that happened in some other Discords, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not sure I want a Discord. But it would be nice at times, but hey, good morning, Nito. How we doing? I'm gonna eat my cookies, and I'm gonna drink my coffee now. I'm just gonna watch this crazy market. I just got my payouts approved. Streamer privileges. My longest request approval, I had to wait, I think like 2.5 days. This was like 3 days. But I just got all the emails, all 8 of them. Let's go. All 8 accounts have been approved. 16K. Ba-boom, bada ching. Let's get it. It's been over 6 days for you. SNT, have you been, do you know if any of your accounts are over the 30% threshold? The Nutty Mobile going to get some gold dollars. No, you should be good, Steven. You should be good. Black coffee, yeah. The payout approvals are great, but when it actually hits the bank account, that's even better. Yes, I'm gonna put a bronze statue of Daryl like on a pedestal on the edge of my patio. Hey, thank you, Alpine. You are one of the very, very OGs in this channel. You know, and I really I really appreciate. Alpine's a real one, man. It is pretty crazy, Jin. I would love to make a video. This is where, like, if I didn't have a different job, if I didn't have another job and I would have a job and I could only focus on doing a little bit more content, I would love to create a video, and the video would be maybe 15 minutes long or 10 minutes long. And this is how my video would go. I would go through my live streams of the beginning, and I would just show all the pain, like all the pain I've went through blowing accounts. Just, we all, like, all the pain. A compilation of all the painful trading, and then toward the end, as we finally turned it around in January, you know, toward the end, you'd show that, and then finally getting a payout. I think that would be a pretty cool video, but I literally don't have time. Okay, Steven. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. There were definitely times I might have cried a little bit out of self-pity. Steve, see you. Okay, But you said that you were $1,400 in profit. In order for the account, like in order for your threshold to go to 50,100 and stay there, that means you have to have 2,600 in profit. If you only have 1,400 in profit, that means your trailing drawdown was $2,500 below that, which would mean that account balance can still go below 50,000 and you would be okay. It's only after you get the account profits have to be above 2,600 before that trailing drawdown stops at 50,100. Does that make sense? When did I start trading? A little bit over a year ago. Hey, no problem, Steven. Excuse me. How many evals and resets? You know what's weird? I don't think I've ever done a reset. The only time I've done a reset is if like there were times my accounts were reset, like eval accounts that were reset when Rhythmic had outages, and then Apex, reset those accounts. But I almost never do a reset because most of my accounts were bought with a 90% sale. But I went through over 540 evals. Over 540 of them. Hang on, I have to take this. All right, that was someone. It was a delivery. A delivery is coming in 10 minutes, so I have to go help him unload. You can only withdraw 2,000 on a 50K account. So you get to $2,600 in profit, then you can withdraw 2,000, which means you have a drawdown remaining of $500. Which is basically what we got left. We have we have a lot of accounts. We have 14 accounts now with a $500 of drawdown left. We have our work cut out for us, folks. Sorry, I just triggered half my audience. Let me rephrase. I have a lot of work cut out for me, okay? Some of you guys get triggered when I say we. I'm saying me. Me, myself, and I. You know what? I would be totally happy if only 7 or 5 of those accounts we can get to pay out again. Talk to us about risk to reward. You know, I can always tell who the new viewers are when I go to enter a trade and they start freaking out. Fuhuraya. I think I can do it. We can do it. I just have to make sure I don't, I don't be stupid like I was yesterday. Where's that song? The Shania Twain song? Don't be stupid. That's what I need to not do. If you trade one account at a time, how were you able to withdraw 30K in one day? I didn't withdraw 30K in one day. I withdrew 14K in the first pay period of March, and then I withdrew 16K in this pay period. For the accounts that I currently have, Carlos, all of these accounts have the one-time fee. So it will make me a little bit sad to lose accounts because that one-time fee, then it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. You have got to be kidding. I was muted that whole time. I feel like we need to start over. How was I mute? Oh my gosh. Some things are hard to repeat, okay? I just explained something very nicely, and I don't think I can say it again. I don't think I can say it again where it makes as much sense as what I just said. I think it's lost. I think it's gone forever. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're just going to try. I'm going to try and draw how a trailing drawdown works in a funded account. Okay? So you start out with a 50K account, you have 2,500 of drawdown. Okay? That's how it works. I'm going to butcher this so hard, I can already tell. So I'm going to have to delete this portion of the video, but we're going to try. So let's say the first day you trade, the first day you trade, you have $500 of profit. Okay. And you end let's just assume that you end the day at the highs. Like you didn't have a higher profit target than that $500. So you still have $2,500 drawdown left. But your account balance is now 50,500, okay? Which means you take that minus 2,500 because that is your drawdown still. That means, hang on, I need a calculator. You have exactly 48. 48K is where your threshold lies. Now, let's say tomorrow you make another $500. Okay, this is where it gets tricky. You make another $500, but at one point in the day, you were up $1,000. Okay, and this is unrealized or realized. So if at any point your account balance was up 1,000, you didn't take profit, but you ended the day at $500 in profit. Okay, so you ended the day $500 in profit, but you were up $1,000 at one point, and that means you lost. Your drawdown is now $2,000. Okay. Your drawdown is $2,000. Your account balance is now $51,000. Are you guys following me here? Am I making any kind of sense? Okay. So now that means even though you made $500, your drawdown is still 48,000 because you have, did I do that wrong? I did that wrong. Sorry. Undo button. So now your drawdown is 2,000. I said I'm going to butcher this, so just don't even worry about it. You have a drawdown of 2,000. That means your threshold is now 49. Okay? 49K. Is everyone following along here, class? Pretty soon I'm going to be like Dave teaches, and I'm going to make every one of you hand in paperwork, and I'm going to give you guys homework on how much you need to do. You all need to do homework tonight, and it's due on Tuesday. I'm going to be like Dave teaches. But I'm not going to trade live. Anyway, I digress. Let's say the next day you lose $800 just to make things complicated. Okay? You lose $800, right? So now your account balance is, I'm not great at math, but I got this. Your account balance is this. Okay, now you lost 800. So now your drawdown is 1,200. Okay. So you just take this. Boom. What is that? Someone spit it out. Is that 49 still? Yes. So obviously the 49K stays because it only affected your drawdown. Raise hand. Yes, go ahead, Alpine. Class is in session. I hope you guys are taking notes. You know how it works, and this is confusing. Matty Matt is banned as a pupil. You are not allowed to talk back. You're not allowed to talk back to your teacher. I don't care if it makes sense or not. It's actually very simple. Once you understand, it becomes second nature. It really does. Okay, we're going to fast forward here. So here's the beauty. Get to the good part. So let's just say Johnny just has an insane day, right? Johnny has one of them days where things just go right. He enters like, he just goes crazy and he makes $3,000. Okay. Now we're not even going to talk about the trailing threshold here because Johnny is such a good trader that the trailing threshold is nothing to him. He can make $3,000 easy every single day. All right. So the trailing threshold and it's nothing to him, but he makes $3,000 now. So that means the trailing threshold. Oh, first we need to do this, man. Oh, dang it. All right, class, you're in session. We have to pause. I have to go help make a delivery. FedEx is here and needs help to unload. I'll be right back. We're back. Oh, man. What's the market doing? Oh, yeah, we're not missing anything. Oh, I should not have run upstairs and run back down. Oh, and I had to lift something. I might be out of shape. I don't know. To be determined. Okay. All right, we will continue, class. Please pay attention. All right, so Mr. Johnny here, he made $3,000 in one day. So now the account balance is at $53,200. All right. Now, with a funded account, the trailing threshold stops at 50,000. Hang on. At 50,100. Okay? Trailing threshold stops. So that means Johnny has $3,100 of drawdown. Oh my gosh. Tomorrow, because Johnny is an awesome trader, he makes another 3,000. Okay? His trailing drawdown is now 6,100. Do we need to continue? I feel like you guys get it. I feel like this has been probably painful enough. I'm going to delete this now. And we're just going to pretend like we're just going to pretend like that never happened. Yeah, this is for entertainment purposes only, not for educational. David Wren, he has to be, yes, you can be excused. You can go to the restroom. Class is officially dismissed. You're now into recess. You can now be dismissed. I'll assign you guys homework. Maybe I need to contact Dave Teaches to see how he gives people their homework and checks it. Not sure how that works. Could I do your taxes? Oh, man. When is the test? You know what they should do? Apex, if you're listening, you should do this. Before someone, like when someone signs up to be like a new person signs up with Apex, before they can purchase an account, they have to pass a test. And that test would basically make sure that they understand the drawdown, understand the payouts, understand evals, very basic questions, but everyone has to take that test and they have to pass with a certain percentage or they can't buy an account. That would eliminate probably a lot of support tickets, I'm thinking. I don't want to, Alpine. I don't have enough room on my screen. Uh-oh. Market's going higher again. Do we jump in this? I might see if we can get filled. Just see we. All right. This reverses right here. We're going to delete it. Come on, market. Don't be difficult here. Just Apex would go broke. I don't think that would make a difference. Market, is it gonna do it? I think we're good. Don't buy top of ranges. I didn't. Yeah, drawdown example live. It's happening live, folks. Pay attention. Fill me, please. Thank you very much. But yeah, the package that just arrived is our fire pit. So here, this is what it looks like. Bam. My window's so dirty that the focus is on the window, not on the outside. But we're don't pay attention to this flap it in the wind. We put that over some bushes because of a frost warning. But the fire pit will be like to the outside of that. So I can't wait. I can't wait for like the nice warm summer evenings, sitting out on the patio, grilling some burgers. Oof. Yeah, it was the last 2 to 3 days. It's been crazy windy. Let's burn something. Oh, we can do that without trying. So I can't wait. Only thing I'm sad about, guys, is, I mean, those that have been around long enough, they know how picky I am with my lawn. So I'm a little bit sad about how much they tore up my lawn. But it is what I guess it's just got to put up with it. And, ooh, you know what, guys? The wife isn't here. And that's a good point, Alpine. You just made me think of Wendy's. Hey, Neo, you got your eval pass? Let's go. What's the 48 time limit to sign? Yeah, so you should sign the documents. It's, you know, I don't even know if it's a 48 hour limit, time limit anymore, but I try to sign them within 48 hours. And then you can take longer to actually pay to activate them. But congratulations, Neo. That's awesome. I'm just hoping the landscapers, they're supposed to reseed everything and basically put it back to the way it was. But I guess we'll see. I'm hoping they're picky enough about it. So far, they've done a really good job. So I guess we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Well, it seems like we're kind of stuck. Stuck right here at the 280s. Might give this another shot. Still like a long here. Where did I get the gazebo? Just a local company that that makes gazebos. We got it. They had a special sale. They had a special sale in January, which was really nice. Actually, no, it was February. Should have pulled the trigger here. Looks like we want to go higher. Where do I get the color EMA? A lot of people have asked me, and I'm actually not sure. I think it was on YouTube somewhere, but I'm not 100% sure. What do you guys think's going to happen? What do you guys think's going to happen on FOMC? Think we're going higher or lower? It should get pretty crazy. I mean, it should get pretty crazy. I don't really follow up on this or follow this, so I'm pretty clueless when it comes to it. But what are the expectations? Like, what are the expectations for FOMC? How much for the gazebo? With the sale, it was just a little bit under 10K. Not that it, but yeah, I thought it was a pretty good price. So they're expecting them not to cut rates. Okay. I will check that. The economy is screwed. That doesn't matter. No one cares. No one cares. Market only goes up. That's what we have to remember. So no one is really expecting a rate cut. That's interesting. So if we happen to get a rate cut, that would mean the market would go pretty crazy, which I kind of doubt we will. 99% chance they do nothing, just like the past. Yep. That sounds about right. But it seems like every time that they start speaking, the market goes up. It seems like it. Man. All right. Oh man, this market just isn't. Guess we should not be surprised. All right, guys. Guys, do you know what time it is? It is time. It is officially time for a giveaway. All right, boys, we're going to do a giveaway. $100 giveaway, exclamation mark Nutty. Keep it lowercase. Lowercase Nutty. Type it in the chat. And good luck. This will be open for 15 minutes. I was going to do it this afternoon, but then I thought, I don't want to wait that long. Or I don't want to do it when FOMC and stuff is going to come around. So we are going to do it now. Type exclamation mark Nutty, and you should get a ticket. If you get a ticket, that means you are entered into the contest. Oh, chat is going super speed. We're going super speed. Man, I'm seeing a lot of new names. Streamlabs can't keep up. Lowercase Nutty. Make sure it's lowercase Nutty. Exclamation mark lowercase Nutty. You can only enter once. Chat loaded with alt accounts. I hope not, but maybe. Could be. You scalping with Tom. I see what you're doing. So if you don't get a ticket, just give it some time and then try again. It is a little, I don't know, I feel like it's a little glitchy, but I'm not sure why. I actually need to reach out to Alpine. Keep forgetting to do it. Keep forgetting. There's something to do like in the settings with loyalty points, and you have to have a loyalty point in order to be able to be entered into the giveaway. So if you were a new, like if you just started watching, you have to be watching at least for 5 minutes in order to get a loyalty point. So I think that's part of it. So people that just started watching and haven't been watching for 5 minutes, they don't have a loyalty point yet. So I don't know. I don't know how that works. But yeah, I just keep entering, and I can also check for you guys to see if you've been entered if you're not sure. Yeah, okay, Jay. Jay, you have been entered. Whoever was lucky enough to get the very first ticket, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. You got the first ticket? I guess we'll see then. Actually, JW, you did. You got the first ticket. If you win now, we're gonna have all kinds of problems. Rain 1980, did you receive a ticket? Let me check. Yes, you did. You are entered, Rain. Yeah, AC, you got the second ticket. Is TradeAway chart better than Ninja Trader for Apex? Hazel, I mean, I think it's just personal preference. For me personally, I prefer Ninja Trader, but it's just personal preference, I think. All right, we have 8 minutes left on this giveaway, so you guys still got plenty of time to enter. Phil T, you want to see if you're entered? Yes, you have been entered, Phil T. Yep. Carolina, let's see if you've been entered. Carolina, you've been entered. Yes, you are good to go. Tame Tigger, I'm pretty sure you were entered. Yep, you were entered. Hey, RM. RM is entered. Jamie. Again, if you just got here, you might not be entered right away. You might have to hang around for 5 minutes. Comanzi, let's see if you're entered. I see you typing in there quite a bit. Okay, Comanzi, you have not been entered, so okay, I'm gonna try to refresh. Feel like sometimes when I refresh the page it helps. So let me try that. All right, for those that weren't sure if you got entered, try again. How to enter, exclamation mark, nutty. Everything lowercase. Comanzi, try it again. Dar 69, you've been entered. Okay, Comanzi, that worked. You never win any giveaway in your life. I know the feeling. I don't ever win either. Hey, someone's got to win, right? Okay, mind body. Double check, see if you're entered. Yeah, mind body, you've been entered. You're good. Steve, you've been entered. Good to go. You got the ticket. What's next? I will show you in 5 minutes. There's nothing more you need to do. If you receive the ticket, you don't need to do anything else. We will just press a button and it'll pick someone randomly. Oh, your other account is Modern Viking. Are you saying you're using alt accounts? Trade like Snipe. Trade like Snipe. You need to use Nutty. N-U-T-T-Y. There we go. Let's see if that works. Well, the market's just kind of making a slow grind higher now. Might have to start buying these little pullbacks. Jamie, I see that you're trying to enter now. Let me check. Yes. Okay, Jamie, you're good. I think if you start, it's when you start chatting, then you have to wait at least 5 minutes, then you'll receive a loyalty point, and then you can enter. I think that's kind of the key. Rhino, let me check. Okay, Rhino, there you go. Stephen Hyman. There you go. Ryan. Joey, you want to see if you received a ticket? Let me check. Joey, it does not appear. So hang on, give me a second. Let me refresh. See if it works better now. All right, everybody, go ahead and try again, Joey. If you feel like you haven't gotten a ticket, I can check or just enter Nutty, exclamation mark Nutty again. Funnyaholic, let me see. Yes, you have a ticket, Funnyaholic. Yes, Tally, I got my payout approved this morning. Literally about an hour ago. How many people are in the giveaway? Oh, we currently have 176, which is always, I feel like, should be more, but I guess not. Let's see. Yes, Esther, you have been entered, so you are good. Joey Freedom, you're in now. Anarov, let me check. Yes, you're in, Anarov. P, you are in. You're good to go. Tactical reviews. You have a ticket. You're good to go. Yeah, it should include. I've heard, rumor has it that it gives you better odds to win if you hit the like button. Okay? So if you want better odds to win, hit the like button on the video. Okay? Rumor has it. It's not completely confirmed yet, but I mean, it couldn't hurt, right? Are the golf clubs ordered? Hey, they're better. They're better than ordered, Benjamin. Oh, golf clubs are here. Let's go. Kid Poker, how we doing? You're just in time, man. Hey, where's Black Coffee Trader? He just missed yesterday's giveaway. Is he going to miss it again today? That would kind of feel bad, but Dave Teaches. Where is he? Did he try to win? Did he try to enter? If he did, I'm going to block him. He's not eligible. Oh, you're in, Black Coffee. Okay, good, good, good. Wow, what kind of spike was that? Green fees or an eval account? Green fees. Ponzi, let's see if you're in. Yep, Ponzi, you're good. Jeremy. Okay, doesn't look like you're in. I'm not sure why. Might be that you're just not. Okay, it is unfortunately, it's kind of out of my control. The giveaway is going to be ended, officially ended, so we cannot enter anyone anymore. Hey, Jeremy Fu got in just in time. You got in literally with 1 second to spare. No kidding. That was impressive. Okay. Here we go, folks. This is the moment of truth. Pick winner. Once I hit this, it's going to say who's the winner. If Jeremy's the winner, that would be pretty epic. All right. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. Boom. Kaya. Kaya is the winner. Are you here? Drum roll. Let's see if she's here. I don't know. He or she. Congratulations, Kaya. Kai. Are you here? He left. I'll give him time. Or her. I'm not sure if it's a him, her, you know. I'll give her 5 minutes. I'll give her 5 minutes. Or she, he, whatever. Yes, you do have to be present. Gender fluid. It's generally a boy's name. Okay, good to know. I don't know that. I don't know these things. So, Kai, if you are here, show yourself. It's not looking good for him. John King is here. Ah, boy. I'm going to give her until 11:30 11:38. And if she's not, or he's not here, Kai, if he's not here, by that time, we're going to have to pick another winner. Feels bad. Hey, she's here. Let's go. Let's go. He's here. There we go. Congratulations. You are the winner. I am going to type an email in the chat below, and I need you to confirm that it's you. I need you to send me an email to that email address, Kai. All right. We're not going there, design. Hey, methodical man, how we doing? Market only goes up. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Okay, Kai, I sent you an email. You just need to type the code, type the 4-digit code that I sent you into chat, and we will confirm that it is you. Hey, thank you very much, Kai. That's perfect. Tame Tiger, good try, good try. Wanderer. I'm having my weekly profit goes green. I got 7 weeks profit so far in your personal account. Let's go. That's awesome, Sharuz. First day Apex eval, $43 green. That's awesome. Again, if it's your first time, just take it slow. And you do not have to pass in one day. You can take as long as you want. Man, I should have known that we were going to get this kind of price action today, but I guess it is what it is. Oh, the volatility delta, but no new high on price. Okay, interesting. I mean, yeah, everyone's just waiting for FOMC. Volatility is going to be, this market's going to be like a rubber band. It's going to stretch, and then at FOMC, it's going to go crazy. It's going to go crazy. Usually, actually, the best, one of the better times to trade FOMC I've found is, this sounds kind of weird, but I've had probably more success trading the FOMC like after hours, like after the six, like basically when the market opens up again, and the after hours through the night, usually there's some really good price action, and it's not quite as volatile, but it's still some really nice moves. Hey, you're green across the board. Let's go, Black Coffee. That's awesome. That's that's awesome. Yes, Wanderer, the Asian session. Yes. I actually like trading the Asian session. I had some pretty good success trading the Asian session, but I've also had some bad ones, but for the most part, good. They've been good. Yeah, the thing with the FOMC is you kind of can expect that the first move to be the wrong one, but I don't know. You just never know. What time does FOMC start? 2 o'clock. What in the world? What's my strategy? Shoot. I buy the dips and I hope it rips. What? What's my win percentage? Since January, my win percentage was 83% last I checked. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta check something. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Okay, giveaway is done. All right, yes, congratulations, Kai. Congratulations again. That's awesome. Oh man, look at this move now. Oh, it's tempting to. Risk to reward. This trade seems nutty. Hey, sometimes those are the ones that win. And I like when, I mean, I would have preferred to enter right here, but I wasn't watching. But oh well. Yeah, JW, I hear you. Uh, hey, patient trader, how we doing? Top left on your screen, and you see 30K payouts. I know. It is crazy. Thank you, patient trader. Thank you. It's it's kind of crazy. If I'm YOLOing FOMC later, I wasn't planning on it, but now that you mention it, no, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not doing that. Man, I missed out on this. But I'm not going to chase it now. What time is it? It's 12 o'clock. So we've got 2 more hours. 2 more hours before we start seeing the craziness. Yeah, I don't know, JX. Okay, here's the thing with Apex. Like, here's what I've found that some people maybe don't understand or don't quite fully understand how. So with Apex, on a funded account, you technically, if you're trading your strategy, and how would I say this? So for example, let's say your strategy, and now this cannot just be a made up strategy, because if they ask you to send you the proof, they might ask you to send trades and your strategy to verify. You're going to have to show the same strategy being executed on prior days to prove that you actually are trading the same strategy and not just making up some strategy so that you can justify trading a news event. But let's say, for example, that you have a strategy that, I'm just going to make something up here, but let's say, for example, you have a strategy that you have a 15-minute opening range, and it marks the 15-minute opening range. And if it goes inside the opening range and then touches the opening range, 15-minute opening range again, you enter a trade always on that. Like, that's your strategy. Okay, so let's say you do that right here. And then news, so you're in a trade right here. And then news comes out 10 minutes later, and you're still in the trade. Okay, news comes out and it rips higher, hits your profit target, yada yada, and you have a winning trade. If you can prove that to them and show them that you're just executing on your strategy, and then the news came out during your strategy, they're going to approve that. They're going to approve most, like, that part is where they don't mind. Okay. Now you have to ask yourself, is that actually smart? I guess that's up to you. But what they will not approve is entering a trade like 30 seconds before news comes out and then having a nice profit 30 seconds. If you're entering 30 seconds before news and then getting out 15 seconds after news comes out, yeah, you're going to have problems. You're going to have major problems. You might get away with it a couple times, but eventually you're going to have problems. And you have to prove it by sending them examples of your trades that show that you take that same setup on prior days where there were no news events. So they're going to ask you for quite a bit of information and quite a bit of data to basically prove that you actually are trading a specific strategy, and that you are, that you didn't just take that trade so that you're in a trade when the news comes out. Will they even let you explain? Yes, they will. You have to flatten one minute before. Again, that's what I say. Like, if you have a specific strategy that that you're following, and it puts you in a trade before the news, and you keep holding through the news, that is what is kind of allowed. Now, me personally, I think that would be bad risk management, but hey, that is the only thing that is allowed. It is not allowed to enter 30 seconds before or a minute before the news, and then you get the news, and then whatever happens, or entering, 5-10 seconds after the news comes out, trying to catch a quick windfall trade. That is not allowed either. If I have a daily profit target for my PAs, yes, I do. Usually around $200 to $300, I'll move on to the next PA. Foo rar. No, I mean, and that, like, okay, for me, I'm never holding. Like, if there's news coming out, I'm getting out before the news. Like, for me, like, I'm just not interested. But technically, according to the Apex rules, that is the only time that you're allowed to hold through news. If you're in because of a specific strategy that you have implemented and that you trade on a regular basis, not just that day, that is where it is allowed. All of this stuff is explained in videos that are on Apex's website. Maybe I might be the only person, but I'm pretty sure I watched every single one of those videos that are on Apex that explain the different things. Like, I've watched every one of them. Now, sometimes I have a hard time remembering what was said in which video, but on eval accounts, they don't care. They do not care. You can literally trade. There are no rules on eval accounts. Okay? None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. There are no rules on eval accounts. The only rule is you have to get it across the profit threshold. That's it. So, I mean, you can only trade a certain amount of contracts, obviously, and you have to get it across the profit threshold to pass. That is literally it. You can do anything you want with an eval account. How long do you take to pass an eval? Well, I don't like to talk about it because I don't really take evals that seriously anymore, to be like, if I'm just being frank. I just don't. That's just a personal preference. Not saying it's the right thing to do, but there are ways where you can get very close to a 50% pass rate on evals. That is the route I choose to take. I'm not going to go and advertise and say how I do it because I don't know that it's probably frowned on, and I don't want to portray, or I just don't want, especially new traders. I don't want new traders that are just entering to do that, because that would be the worst thing that you can do. Because that's actually when it gets more expensive. If you're still learning, I mean, I am still learning, but if you're a new trader, like you're just getting familiar with futures and trading completely new, then gaining that screen time while trading evals is very important. And it's also a very efficient and less expensive way to get screen time versus passing the evals in, 20 seconds and then spending that $85 or $140 to activate a funded account, and then you're learning on your funded accounts. That gets really expensive. So K Trader, just read K Trader's message if you're not sure what I'm talking about. But that is allowed on evals. Like I said, there's literally no rules on evals. That, like, use your imagination. But if you're new, trade one eval at a time and gain screen time and get familiar with your strategy, get familiar with the trading, just get familiar with the platform, but make sure you do it with eval accounts. Don't YOLO eval accounts and then activate them and then learn to trade with funded accounts. If you do that, it's going to become really expensive, because with an eval 80% off 50K account for $34, you can gain a lot of screen time with that $34 versus, $85 or $140 on a funded account. And I wish I would have done that. Like, that's something I wish I would have done a little bit more when I started, or even halfway through my journey. I wasted a lot of money by doing that. And it's, it can kind of, it's, and that's why I don't want to really be here and promote that at all, because mostly just because of, if there's new traders listening, like, I feel like that would be a really bad influence, and I don't want to do that. If it's allowed in Buellnox, I have no idea. I don't really know much about Buellnox. You would have never tried starting to trade? Oh, come on, Matty Matt. Yes, you would. Are you serious? Oh, I would do this every time. It's never been where, well, some of the really, really bad days, I think back, I'm like, man, why did I ever even start day trading? Some of the bad days, I think that, but 99% of the time, I am very thankful that I would not do anything different. Well, I'm very, very glad that I found day trading and prop firms. I love it. You're dead serious. You're too hooked. I was ready to say, Matty, if that's really how you feel, then you should stop. If that's how you feel, then you should stop trading. If you don't, if you're not passionate about it and you don't like it, and you wish you would have never started, it sounds like you should stop. But hey, you have to do what's right for you. I'm just glad I found prop firms, because if I would have just tried day trading and just done it with my own money, I wouldn't. There is no way I would have survived 1 year. There's no way. Coke is more exciting than weed. Yeah, Trader's Chick, same. One of the many reasons 90% fail. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's definitely a part of it. I liked Daniel Inskeep. I think, is that his name? I think it is. If you haven't seen his video, his most recent video, yeah, Daniel Inskeep, he released a video yesterday, and the title is "Day Trading is a Scam." It's actually a really good video. And it basically the title is kind of clickbait, but it's a really good video that really, it's exactly on point. And as a streamer, I see the same thing day in and day out. And it's talking about people that, I liked how he compared when, for example, he sees the same thing I see. Like, a lot of people, prop firms are a scam or XYZ. And it's, they basically say it's a scam because 90% of people fail. Well, and he compares it to, if you apply to get into Harvard, I think only 5% of applications get accepted. Does that mean that Harvard is a scam? No, it doesn't. And he does some really good analogies to show just because something is hard or just because you failed at it doesn't mean it's a scam. Like, and that's oftentimes people resort to. It's easier for people to call things a scam that they fail at than it is to look in the mirror and to admit that the failure was on their end. It's just easier to, that self-denial and, it's just easier to kind of, I guess, live in denial, so to speak. But the way I always look at it, people want to call Apex a scam and yada, yada, yada. I just scroll through all the payouts and I'm like, so really, so everyone, we have all these people that are getting payouts, yet somehow, it's, what can you do? You think 100% college is a scam? That I could kind of, I wouldn't say it's a scam. I think it's overpriced. I think there's a difference. I think the value, I think what you have to pay for in order to, on the return you get, I think at least for some colleges, it's not a good return on your investment, especially depending on what you're going to college for. But obviously we need college and we need it, like for certain applications and certain fields, it's really, really important. Like a doctor, a lawyer, stuff like that, that is very important. But some fields, I feel like, this is just my personal opinion, but especially when it comes to businesses and running businesses and management, that type of thing, I think it's way more valuable to spend like 4 years where you're actually in a working environment and you're in the field learning. You learn way more than you do in college. Like going through college to learn certain things is just difficult. When you really, really learn is when you actually go to the job and you're actually doing that position. That's when you really learn. What do you call the guy who's last in his class in medical school? I don't know, Peter Schaap. Tell me. Is it done to decrease your odds of making it to payout? Yes. Expander for, I always say this, like, and this is where I want to, like, this is me asking you an honest question. So if you feel that way, then the failure rate, then why is it the failure rate with prop firms is very similar to a failure rate if you trade your own account? Because with an own account, there are no rules. So why do most people that just trade their own account, they also fail at the same rate? So that's always where I kind of have a little bit of a hard time buying into that. Not saying there's not some validity to it, but you have to understand as well that yes, maybe prop firms have a little bit more rules, but you're also being able to participate for a fraction of the cost than it would be for if you want to trade your own money. So you have to weigh both options, because, for example, with prop firms for as little as $200, you can have the leverage and the ability to withdraw $2,000. Now, if you have your own account and you invest your own money into your own brokerage, then how much leverage, how much money would you have to risk in order to have the ability to make $2,000 in profit? And I would dare bet, like, this is a challenge that I would take on 100%, is take one person and have him trade with prop firms. And basically the goal is to get to a $2,000 withdrawal. And then the other person has their own money, their own brokerage, and that goal is to make a $2,000 withdrawal. Who would be able to spend the least amount of money? Who would have to invest the least amount of money to make that happen? Well, I mean, Expander, you can continue to have that opinion, but just answer the question. Like they do, but you have to understand the leverage is different. We're not giving a prop firm $2,000 in order to be able to make $2,000. You have to understand the difference in leverage. So again, that's like that's what I'm saying. So if you don't understand that difference, then I mean, I can't help you. And the other thing is, the question varies from the limit firms. The limited firms, they have published how many traders lost or won. It is impossible to answer the question accurately. Okay, then according to your opinion, Expander 4, if you had to choose a route to take, let's say you want to make $2,000, what makes the most sense? Invest your own money into a futures account and try to grow it and make $2,000 that way, or use a prop firm. Because that's what it's about. I mean, you can... Because yeah, to me, it's not, you have to look at it from both perspectives. I know for me, I know which one makes the most sense. Like, it's very simple. Like if I, for example, I withdrew $30,000 in March. How much money do you think I would have had to invest in order to have the ability to make $30,000 if I traded my own account? Like, just, it's as simple as that. Now, do a lot of people also fail? Yes, obviously. But don't pretend like people, or here's what gets my attention or triggers me, is people insinuate that if you have your own, if you just get your own brokerage account, you get your own futures trading account, if you just do that, you have no rules, right? Okay, no trailing drawdown, no rules, right? No rules. And somehow people think that that's the problem. Like, they think if they fail in a prop firm, it's because of the rules. That's why they failed. And that is the dumbest thing you can, like, that is so stupid. Like, what makes you think that if you have no rules, like, because all of the rules are, if you lose money, that's when the rules kick in. So what makes you think that you just all of a sudden magically are a great trader if you trade your own, just your own futures account? Like, what makes you think that change is what magically makes you a good trader? The nature of the market is to go slow, and throwing that carrot out there, you will increase your odds against traders. Again, that's a you problem. That's not a prop firm problem. If you want to go slow on a prop firm, there is no one preventing you from doing it. No one. That's again, like, that's not a valid argument. Like, that's blaming a prop firm for something that you have control over on your own, and you're going against it. So it shows that you don't have discipline. And then it shows what makes it, there's no way then that you have discipline when you switch to your own live account. in my opinion. Yeah, exactly, Peter Chat. I agree. I mean, they launched one day pass and they made more money. Yeah, very likely because people have no self-control. So is that whose problem is that? That's my question. Like instead of like that's what I have issue with. Look in the mirror and take accountability. When they do the one day passes, there's 0 rules that you have to pass in one day. So whose problem is that? If they were forcing you to pass in one day, and if you take more than one day, you lose the eval, then you have an argument. Yeah, Thomas, exactly. Hey, I mean, if you want to take, 2,000, 3,000, throw it into a personal account, and you want to me, my argument is this: the person that is failing at prop firms, it's not because of the rules. Okay, like for me, I mean, I'll just reflect on myself. Back when I was going through accounts and not getting payouts, that wasn't because of some rules that I had to follow. That it never even crossed my mind. The rules were not the issue ever. The issues were me. It's very easy. It's very simple. I could have, and I see people do this constantly, that instead of reflecting on their own issues and shortcomings, it's way easier to just blame the prop firms. But guess what? I can assure you with almost 100% certainty, if I would have stopped trading with prop firms halfway through my journey because I'm convinced that I'm failing because of prop firms, it's not because of me, it's the prop firm's fault. I invest my own money into a futures account. I guarantee you I would have lost 10 times more money than I did the other way around. Like, that's my point. I don't like people that are profitable and taking payouts with Apex or whatever prop firm. Those people are likely also able to have their own account and also make money. But the ones that are losing constantly are probably still learning. And if they have their own account, they're also going to lose. The difference is just you lose way less here than versus here. I mean, to me, or that's maybe I'm missing something, but that's how I see it. But it's way easier to just blame prop firms. I understand. I totally understand. It's easier. Makes you feel better. But again, yeah, I mean, if you want to look at it that way to help you sleep at night, then go for it. The point is what's the alternative method? Or what do you think they should do, Expander? Let me ask you this. What do you think they should do? Should prop firms just be there, have 0 rules? Is that what they should do? Because we all know people would still be failing at very likely the same rate or very close to the same rate. And to be honest, if they had no rules, it would be way more of a gambling mentality than the way it is now with rules. A lot of the rules are put in place to deter people from gambling. So it's like completely, like, your points are just not valid. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Exactly. Like, for profitable traders or traders that are already profitable, prop firms are a great thing for them, because really they can come in. Maybe they have to change their trading style a little bit to it, to adapt to some of the rules. Yes. But if they're profitable, they're a great thing for those people. And for the new traders, it's also a great thing because it allows them to learn for way less of an educational cost than vice versa. I mean, I appreciate the discussion expander for, I guess, but I don't agree with I understand where you're coming from, but it doesn't quite add up with reality, I feel like. What's my thought on traditional prop firms? I mean, I think, the traditional prop firms back in the day where you had to sit and actually physically be in an office, honestly, it sounds like there was a lot of pressure. But I don't know probably enough about how those work to really know to say, but yeah, Eddie Rod. I mean, that was me. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm like consistently profitable, by no stretch of the imagination am I saying that at all. But I just know that there would have been no way for me to learn trading if I hadn't had the ability to use prop firms. You had to follow the prop firms' trading styles too. And guess what? You had to follow their rules. Isn't that amazing? Like, prop firms back in the day, they had rules. Like, that whole theory that, all these rules are just here to make you fail. Then why did prop firms have rules? Like, it's to me, that argument is just so dumb. I mean, to be honest, prop firms don't need to have rules to make you fail. You will fail very well on your own without any rules. Trust me. The rules are put in place, to protect the prop firms. And to be quite honest, most of the rules are put in place to deter people from gambling and YOLOing funded accounts. Like, that is primarily what most of the rules are there for, to avoid the gamblers, because that is what prop firms don't want. They don't want gamblers. And I'm pretty sure the physical prop firms back in the day, they didn't want gamblers either. So very likely they had rules put in place to deter people from doing that as well. And if you want to do the gambling method and start your own account, be my guest. It will very likely not end well. The problem then is you have no one to blame but yourself. Apex doesn't want to pay out gamblers, but they want you to gamble. I agree. Like, with the 1 day pass thing, like, I know why Apex does it, because they know that people have no self-control. So I get that. And I mean, to me, it's kind of sad, but again, the rules state you don't have to pass in 1 day. You can, you don't have to. It's your own personal choice. It's just called self-control, If you want to try and pass it one day, go for it. But then don't blame Apex that it's their fault. You can use a paper trading account provided by many go for no rules. See how you do. Yeah, but even then, the paper trading thing, the whole paper trading thing, I'm not a big fan of it. I just don't really think that has any. I think paper trading is great to learn a platform and to learn how entering orders, exiting positions, you use and get familiar with your ATM strategies. All of that I think is great for sim accounts. But other than that, I just don't think it really has a whole lot of value. Because we have all seen it. I have seen it so many times on Reddit, on a lot of other posts where someone has a unique strategy that they're testing, and they'll test everything on a sim account for 3 months or 4 months, and everything, they'll be wildly profitable. And then they move to an actual live account and things just completely fall apart. I don't think I've ever seen it where someone has taken a sim account, great results, transitioned to a live account, and just continued seamlessly with the same exact results. I don't think I've ever heard of that or seen it. But man, this price action is something. It's actually kind of volatile. We're just trading in a range. Oh, man. You have, but it's your strategy. They have a lot of payouts. Yeah, foo-foo rar, exactly. JMB never sleeps. Exactly. That really is it. The market is the market. Prop firms just give you access to it and they give you leverage. That is exactly true. You haven't made any good decisions on Apex, but you don't blame them. You probably won't go back. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that too. I mean, if you find different prop firms that work better for your style or whatever, then I mean, that's fine. I think that's totally fine and acceptable. That's, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Because, not every prop firm will have, some have different features. Some are more attractive here. Some, just depends what you're looking for. If you don't, probably one of the more important things is probably the consistency rule on funded accounts. Like for some people, the way they trade, they look to get kind of huge profit days. That's where if that is your trading style, then yeah, I think, using a prop firm that doesn't have any consistency rule on funded accounts is probably what's more important for you than if you're just looking and your trading style is more steady, just day by day by day, it's very steady, then that 30% consistency rule or whatever consistency rule that you have really isn't a big deal. And that's when some other things are more of a benefit for you. But there's enough prop firms and different rules that you should be able to find one that makes sense and works for you. AP, do you think Apex deliberately has requests for payouts only for a small window? Not me personally. No, I don't. I think the reason, I mean, but obviously maybe that could, it might. Carlos, the 30% rule does not apply to eval accounts, only to funded accounts. I mean, I guess maybe some people do, but I never understood that. But hey, that's just me. I don't understand why. Like, if I have to wait an extra 10 days to get a payout, like 10 days is a very, very small time. In the grand scheme of things, 10 days is not long to me anyway. 10 days, like, if I'm like $200 close to passing a bunch of accounts to get to a payout threshold, and I only have 1 day left of that 10 days, like, to me, I don't know, that's just a different mindset, I guess, but I could care less if I have to wait 10 more days in order to submit for a payout. I just don't, I don't mind waiting. I do not mind at all. Maybe that'll change over time, but for right now, that's how I feel. Here's my thing. I've waited for a payout for a year to my own detriment. So waiting 10 days seems pretty insignificant. Hey, RM Trades, it's math. The more chance you have to fail. It is true, but again, like, you just don't trade them. Buy eval accounts. That's what I would do. Like, if I have funded accounts that are across the threshold, again, I have 0. On a scale from 1 to 100, 100, I have a huge desire to trade those accounts, and 1 or 0, like, I have 0, absolutely 0 desire to trade those accounts that are across the threshold. Just don't. I just do not even, I do not, it doesn't interest me the least. But anyway, have I had some good payouts with Apex, Josh? Yes, this month, finally. I have right now, I have $30,000 payout for March. Any idea when the 90% will come back? I have no clue. No clue. I wish I knew. If I had to guess, probably 2 months or something like that. I don't know. The only time it would be hard to wait that I could see that it would be hard to wait is if you didn't have, like, if all of your funded accounts were across the threshold. But then for me, that's when I just buy some evals. Like, I literally buy eval accounts, and that is all I trade, just to avoid boredom. Like, just to give me something to trade so that I'm not even tempted to trade the PA accounts that are across the threshold. And 90% will come back when Nutty hits 100K payout. Man, I hope. Ugh. But, man, we should just be buying the bottom of this channel. We actually should. We're kind of putting in this wedge, which kind of perfect for FOMC. We're putting in this wedge. Things are going to explode right at 2 o'clock here. Right here's 2 o'clock. Let's just draw the wedge at 2 o'clock here. Uh-oh, it's already moving. You're not allowed to get out yet. Hold on. Don't break out yet. You have to wait. Wait till after 2. You're all good, Expander. You know, don't, guys in chat, don't get it. I mean, it's okay to have differences of opinions. I don't mind, Expander. I appreciate the discussion. I disagree with it, but that's okay. But I do. The reason I appreciate the discussion is I do see that comment quite a bit, and it's something that to me just never made, like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. But hey, we all have differences of opinions. We don't have to all think the same way. Thankfully, I think sometimes society, that's our biggest problem, is for some reason we think that everyone needs to have the same opinion that we do. And then when someone doesn't, like, we feel like it's just not acceptable. Is there any rule if you cannot switch between micro and mini contracts on a funded account? No, there isn't, but they do want it, like, as long as you stay, like, the consistency rule of 30%, stay below the 30% consistency rule, you won't have any problems. Hey, JP, you passed 350Ks. Let's go. Mr. Wall Street. I don't give a crap what anyone else thinks. They're likely dumb. Cali Cloud, this indicator is from TDU, the Trade Devils Indicators website. This same place as this here that I guess I use it kind of, but not really. Hey, Camber Trades. With TradeZella, it only allows for 10 accounts per site. How are you able to track all 20 accounts you have? I get asked that a lot too, to Camber Trades. I should maybe just do a video. So the way that I do it, Camber Trades, is I export all of my funded accounts as one export. Okay. So here, let me just show you TradeZella. So here, like, here's TradeZella. So here is what, like, if I do the drop down here, like, this is all of my 50K funded accounts. So when I go to export out of NinjaTrader, I just include all of my funded accounts, and then I export everything as one CSV file. And then I import everything in here, and that's what this is. So you don't export each account at a time. I mean, which for some people is kind of an issue, but that's how I do it. I just do it as one bulk export and import, and then I'm done. Because for me, what I care about is not so much specifically how I'm doing or performing per account. I don't really care about that, really. What I care about is how am I trading across all of my funded accounts. That's what I want to track. That's what I want to make. That's where what is important to me is that I track everything, all of my funded accounts. Here's how I'm doing. Okay, I see. Yeah, Camber Trades. Yeah, I've tried a couple different ones. I like this one. It's all right, design. It's all right. It's all right. It's okay. Just we need to chill. Improve allows unlimited accounts. Yeah, I've seen a couple of those too. Oh, I see. Could they announce something before 2? Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. Not, or they haven't in the past. Oh, I am a terrible streamer today. Give me a second, guys. Some of you subbed, and I totally didn't even. A WAD subbed 2 hours ago. Thank you. BK subbed. Alpha Born, J Franchise, J Cardinal, and V Rod. They all subbed. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate every one of you. You think someone is speaking at 1:30? Oh, really, John? The only time, like sometimes if we watch really closely, we can see when Nancy Pelosi gets her information, you'll see like a big spike lower or higher. That usually is when Nancy Pelosi got her information. That's the only thing I know. For the trade copy or Canva trades, yeah. So Affordable Indicators came out with an update to their account dashboard, which is what I use. Which I've never really spoken about this, but their account dashboard also has a trade copier feature. I've never used it. Now I might look into it and at least test it, but yeah, she's the true market maker. Exactly. Hey, I mean, look at her trade history, man. Nancy Pelosi is the biggest, best trader that we've yet seen in the history of, in eternity. Now, she might have insider information. I don't know. I'm not here to speculate. But man, she's really good at trading. Really good. Right before, some groundbreaking developments and laws get passed in Congress, right before that, she'll just magically accidentally be in a big trade. It's like, wow, how does she do this? She is the GOAT. Or her husband. I'm still at, if there's ever someone that wants to do a protest, that is one thing that I would travel and make a picket sign for, is all these government officials being allowed to do insider trading. And that's legal, but if we do it, it's illegal. That I will go protest. I'll get out my big Sharpie. I'll make a big 3 foot by 3 foot sign with a big handle on it. And I'll start marching. It'll be peaceful, I promise. But I have big issues with that. That just don't sit right with me. But hey, what do I know? They need the money. Yeah, I know, it's terrible. I've heard that Nancy Pelosi, since she's been in office, it's been multiple times when she has been literally scraping the bottom of the barrel, about to be homeless. They just about can't make it. Very rough life, I've heard. They have low salaries. Hey, I think a lot of people could make that argument. Hey, I have a low salary. So the SEC, you do some insider trading. The SEC shows up and they're like, hey, you just made $1 million based off of insider information that's illegal. But then you show them your tax returns and you're like, oh, sir, here, I only make $40,000 a year. And then they're like, oh, you don't make much money. Oh, never mind. Then it's totally fine. We'll have to form a GoFundMe. Oh, man. I just want to, wasn't it Matt, what's his face? Oh, I'm terrible at names. And then her, it's the congressman from New York, or is it the senator? The pretty face. She's in the news all the time. What's her name? Come on, someone help me out here. Oh man, come on. You guys knew who I'm talking about, right? Come on. It was a Republican and a Democrat, and they both, yeah, AOC, thank you. So AOC and Matt Gaetz, I think. But yeah, AOC, thank you. They both came together and they agreed that they're going to try to change the law for the insider trading, basically tackle that issue, and they both agreed that they're going to do it. And I'm like, can you, yeah, Matt Gaetz, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but can you guys imagine? I keep imagining how awkward it would be when they're going to call for a meeting with all the senators and the congressmen. They're going to call a meeting and the subject is to discuss insider trading. Can you guys imagine how awkward that's going to be? They're like, everyone files in and all of a sudden they start talking about it. And like, guys, we think we should, let's do away with this. Let's pass a law, and I can just imagine Nancy Pelosi is kind of taking a look at everyone. And all of a sudden she's just, oh, that would be super awkward, I imagine. Be like, you know what, guys? I think maybe we should cancel this meeting. I got something. I got diarrhea. I got to leave. There is zero chance. I mean, absolutely 0.0% chance that law will ever be changed. Ever. It's not going to happen. Yeah, and then they just, as an example, they display everyone's trades and how much money they made in the last 5 years. They display it on a big screen and everyone gets real awkward. Oh, shoot. Yeah, they used her trades as an example. Exactly. Like, so here we have Nancy bought $2, $100,000 in puts today. And then, yes, tomorrow I see the next day we voted and so got denied, blah, blah, blah. And now she sold her puts and she made over $1 million in profits. Like, I wonder if they brag about it to each other. They probably do. Just disgusting. All right, we have about 1 hour left, folks. 1 hour left. Really? Nancy Pelosi had NVIDIA calls? Oh my gosh, of course she did. She's the GOAT. She's the GOAT. I find it actually I am actually surprised people don't like. I think everyone has issues with it, but no one does anything about it. It's like, what can you do? I guess it is what it is. She recently bought PANW cybersecurity stock. Oh dear. Hang on, let me go mortgage my home. And go all in. Should be fun. It'll be fine. If you can't beat him, join him. You can follow her trades on Unusual Whales. Like, is that a Reddit community or something, AC? I need to do that. Oh, wow, Funnyaholic. That's all. Nice recovery. I'll start becoming a stock guru. The only thing I'm doing is just following Nancy Pelosi. It's like, oh, that's all you're doing? Never mind. I'll probably start following her trades, and then the SEC is going to come in and arrest me. I'll be like, no, I promise. That's all I did. I just followed her trades. And they're like, yeah, we know, but that's illegal. I'll be like, wait a minute. Do it fast before she kicks the bucket. Does Nancy Pelosi have a Discord, a paid service where she calls out her trades? Now that Discord would be valuable. Yeah, it's very true, Esther. Does Ninja Trader have demo trading? Yes. Yeah, you will get, yeah, there's a sim account with Ninja Trader. Yep. Oh, man. All right, I'll be right back. Actually, you know what? It's 1 o'clock. I'm going to go grab a quick bite to eat so that I'm back in time for plenty of time. I should be back by 1:15, 20 minutes. So I'll be right back. Ooh, we're back. We are back. All right, boys and girls, is everybody ready? We got 33 minutes to lift off. Hey, Daniel Watson, thanks for your sub. Oh, Tang, thanks for your sub. Super Boo, thanks for your sub. Cali Cloud, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. All right. I am really curious what we're going to do. What we're going to do on this FOMC. Man, I want to. Missing all these opportunities at the bottom of this range. Man, I like. Oh. Okay, that's not what I wanted to see. See if this holds. We might have to bail. Wait, is 1:30? Was there news at 1:30? Dang it, I forgot about that. Or was there something at 1:30 that I hope not? I don't think there was. We're just seeing some increased volatility here. Yeah, we might just get out here. Not sure I like this. Yeah. You gotta remember, we don't have that much drawdown left in these accounts. Gonna be one of those, give me some false hope. Man, the volatility is definitely increasing. We are definitely increasing in volatility here. The spreads and stuff just seem kind of crazy. I'm just gonna try to get out on this one for break even. Just get me out. Call it scratch trade. Pretend like it didn't happen. Let's just pretend like that never happened. How many are planning to YOLO? Man, I don't even have any evals I can YOLO. Peter Shap. He says I got lucky. Hey, I'd rather be lucky than good. Quick, get some evals. Froze side of the wolves. Yeah, you seem like a guy that should be banned. I haven't banned anyone in a while. Feel like you should do it, or that should kind of like the idea. How was that lucky? It wasn't really that crazy of a. We just came down and tested this trend line, and we bounced off of it. It's not that difficult to understand what happened. Too much red hair. Hey, I love it. What did you say, Frosight? I didn't hear you. Can you repeat that? I did not hear what you said. Please repeat. You broke up. You broke up. Couldn't hear you. You thought you couldn't trade on FOMC days with Apex? Yeah, you can trade on FOMC days. You just can't trade at FOMC. So right at 2 o'clock and, you know, a couple minutes after, you can't trade. Hey, Big Ball. Thank you. I appreciate you. You haven't heard back from your payout request approval? Yeah, just give it time, SNT. It's been a week? How can it be a week? You couldn't even submit a request last Wednesday, so it definitely wasn't a week. Uh-oh, Master Joel. When did you submit your payout request? If I live in Ohio, yes, I do. And we go right back down. Yeah, evals, you can trade FOMC. Like I said, no rules on evals, so do as you please. Rip it. Yeah, where will the wedge take us? We just we did a little wavering above it here, and then we're right back to it. We have about 22 more minutes. The one-day pass start when you buy the evaluation. Carlos, yes. I mean, basically, as soon as you trade, you know, if you trade and you pass in that day, then you'll have it passed. Hey, Kid Poker, how's it going today? But man, what a sideways, choppy market. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. FOMC day, pretty sideways, choppy market. Could have done pretty well here, just buying the bottom of this range, selling the top of this. Could have done pretty nice. Not my kind of thing. Most lose it in one day right after that. I hope not, but that definitely could be. Well, I almost, you know what? Let's do a poll. I want to do a poll though, but I want to make it more relevant. What is going on here? Why can't I? What? Why can I not add an additional poll? Am I just dumb? There we go. Hey, we went below our wedge. Okay, we're gonna start the poll. Starting the poll now. So, are we going to be up, down, or sideways by 2:30 p.m. So make sure you read that correctly, by 2:30. So not the initial move, but once 2:30 comes around, are we going to be up, down, or just sideways from where we're at now? That's the question. You're not participating in such a dumb question. I've got an idea, little big bear. I'll just put you in timeout. How about that? There you go. You don't have to participate. Keep your dumb comments to yourself. See how you like that? What's my time zone? I'm in the Eastern time zone. It's very simple. By 2:30, are we going to be up, down, or sideways? It's not, I mean, it's not rocket science, guys. Yep, I'm feeling the hammer today. It's been a while since I banned a couple people. I just feel like it's time. Hey, I only put him in timeout. He's going to be back. I'm just curious how mad he's going to be. Yeah, up, then down, then sideways. Sideways is what? I mean, yeah, relatively. You know, sideways would be trading in this, you know, the 250s to the 300, 250 to 290 range here. In that area, you know. In timeout, you do not get snacks, UK futures trade. Nope, you get nothing. You get nothing and you will like it. Do I have any nutty bars? You know what? At the moment, I don't have any nutty bars. Feels bad. Maybe that's why I'm a little bit trigger happy today. I need to take out my sweatshirt. All right, we're back. I seem tilty. I'm not tilty at all. I'm just having fun. I just haven't had my nutty bar. Dashes to the timeout. Okay, let's see. Ooh, wow. Isn't this interesting? 117 people have voted. 45% say up. 45% say up. 45% say down, and 9% say sideways. So we have a dead heat. Now 46% say down, and oh, nope, we're back to tied. Never mind. That is pretty interesting, though. Pretty interesting that people basically are conflicted in what will happen. 11% now say sideways. I honestly think we're going to go higher by 2:30, but we're going to rip lower, rip higher. We're going to do all kinds of craziness. So buckle up your chin straps and just hold on to whatever you can get hold of. And you just hold on. It's going to be a wild ride. It is going to get crazy. I almost want to buy an eval account just for fun. The big move is usually the next day. Yeah, sometimes it is. The big move has also been like around 3:30, like 3 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock, kind of when they're done speaking. Then I've seen it also where they've had a really big move. You know, that's when the big move happens. If interest rates stay the same, good news, market down. I mean, is anyone expecting a rate hike? I don't think anyone's expecting the rate hike. I thought there might be a chance that we get a rate cut, but I don't really think we're getting a rate cut. I think everything's just going to stay the same. That's what I kind of take away from it, which I don't know what that means. Does that mean good news, bad news? I have no idea. Oh, look at this, guys. This here is your sign. This is Nancy Pelosi entering her position. So we're obviously going higher. We just had to wait for that little spike. That tells us everything we need to know. The rate cut chance is 1%. Uh-oh. We're ripping, boys. I'm probably going to take a trade after the initial move. It's going to be a pretty risky trade. So I'm going to just let you guys know not to freak out. But this account, I'm probably going to take a trade, and I'm going to be looking for a bigger move where we can hopefully just revive some of these accounts that we've already taken a payout from. And if it goes against us, it's all right. But our stop loss is going to be the account, which is what, $600 of drawdown that we have on this account. So just giving you guys a heads up. Don't freak out. If we lose the account, it's all going to be fine. But we're probably going to wait till around 2:30, 2:45, something close to that area where I'm going to look for a trade. I'm definitely not going to be looking for a trade right at 2 or a couple minutes after 2. We could actually trade micros, I guess. We'll see. Get ready to take your heart meds. Design. Yes, Peter Schaap. My drawdown on all of my accounts is at 50,100. Yep. Papa Powell will be speaking. I like when Papa Powell speaks. Papa Powell, that's what I'm kind of waiting for. I'm waiting for him to speak so we can, hey, you know what? Right now, you know what, you guys, what would be a great time for you guys to hit the like button before things get too crazy. Just take about 2 seconds, hit that like button. I promise it's not going to hurt. And I would appreciate it. All right, buckle up, boys. We got 6.5 minutes. 6.5 minutes left. It's gonna be crazy. Hits the dislike if you dare. I can see I have a special algorithm. I have a special indicator, special plugin, I should say, that if someone hits the dislike on my videos, I can see who it is, and I immediately ban them. Who wants to test it? Okay, I'm going to end the poll. So the poll ends up being, we have we have 48% that think the market's going to end up being higher at 230. 40% say down, and then 12% say sideways. All right, sounds good. Sounds like we're definitely going down. No cap. Come on, Kyle. Don't be out. Come on, man. What you talking about? Poll has more votes than likes on the video. That is actually insulting. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. We only had 173 votes, and we currently have 215 likes. You know what? I'll take that. 215 likes. That's a lot of likes. Thanks, guys. So how many contract long or short over 2 accounts to pass the combine? You mean on this news event? I mean, this is actually one of those news events where initially the spread and everything can be so volatile that you can lose both ways. So sometimes it's best to wait a little bit so you don't get caught in that initial kind of, it can take you out both ways sometimes. So I usually don't like doing the evals, trying to pass them when there's like a really volatile news. It's better to just kind of do medium or enter your orders, you know, maybe a buy stop order up here or something like that, and make sure you use limit orders. That could be okay. But hey, for those of you YOLOing accounts, I mean, I wish you luck. I wish you much, much luck. Yeah, and you can lose both ways and very quickly. That is very true. Full port of 10 lots. I definitely would not do 10 lots. 10 lots, you're just asking to lose both ways. I would do 4 to 5 lots. I think you're going to have a big enough move to pass. All right, boys, we got 3 minutes. It's about time to get in your seat. Buckle up. Make sure everything's buckled. Make sure you got a firm grip on the handle. And just hang on, man. It's going to be a wild ride. Go all in 15 lots. You guys are crazy. You've been in prep for a week. 3 minutes until Apex makes millions. Yeah, I wonder. I would love to know how many eval accounts will get blown in the next 2 hours. That would be an actually pretty... I bet we would freak out if we knew that number. New pack of wet wipes are ready. Yeah, make sure you don't have any open orders. Okay, guys. It's getting close. 1.5 minutes. Minute and a half to go. I am very curious what we're gonna do here. All right, boys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. Look at her go. She's a beaut. Look at her go. Woof. Everybody hold on. It's gonna get crazy. All right, so let's see if we rip through the highs here. Are we going to have an initial fake out move? Are we going to go rip lower now? Well, I have no idea what we're going to do here. All I know is it's going to be crazy. It was a really clean move higher, though. For those that had the buy stop orders, that should have been a really clean move for you. Now we're pulling back a little bit. Nothing major, though. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we rip through this 330 range. Basically today's high. If we can get through that, look out. And there we go. 340s, 350s. I mean, we are going higher, at least for now. No rate change, which, I mean, is kind of what people expected, I guess, but I guess the market likes when there's no change. I don't try to figure out why the market does what. We just kind of accept it. All right, we're up at the 60s now. Are we just going to keep going higher? Wow. Okay, I mean, I'm curious. Are we going to see some kind of pullback eventually? Now, this is where it gets really dangerous with FOMC. Gets really dangerous because we can easily just rip all the way back down. I have seen it way too many times. And here we go. Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Man, why is my Streamlabs message coming up? I don't even remember that I turned anything like that on. Man, we did not pull back more than that. You just blew your paper account. Is that possible? How many ticks were in the initial candle? Oh man, I don't even know. We went from basically the 270s to the 370s. So we basically had a 400 tick move on this candle. Not quite, I guess. Still really a pretty decent sized move here. Now the question is, are we just going to keep going? It is kind of looking like we might. Yeah, there she goes. See, we get above the 370s here. There she goes, above the 70s to the 75s, about to rip through the 80s, through the 80s to the 85s, through the 90s, through the 90 to the 95s. Hold on, folks. We are ripping. Too bad I'm not in it, but hey, still exciting. We touched the 400s. Now we are going through the 400s. This thing is ripping. We have prior highs of 381 here. We rip right through that. I'm starting to really wonder if we're going to see much of a reversal. Usually we do, but today might be different. We might just keep going higher. Who knows? Oh no, Mr. Push Up. Your internet went down? That's not good. Oh boy. All right, now let's be careful here. If don't chase, let's be careful. Closing your rhythmic to avoid taking trades. Not a terrible idea. I do want to take a trade, but I want to wait. I want to wait till closer to 230, a little bit after 230. Honestly, I'm hoping we get a pullback here, to be honest. It's going to be hard to trade this if we just keep going higher. I wouldn't mind seeing this thing pull back a little bit. You're disconnected? Man, my connection, everything's been fine, but man, it didn't let us down. Least estimator. Is the news done? Yeah, you're good to trade now. Usually the way Apex lists it is like 1 to 2 minutes after the news comes out, you can trade. So you should be good to trade. Just be careful, obviously. This kind of move, like right here, this is exactly what you want to be very, very careful of. We just breached 400 barely, and in a span of a minute, we're at the 340s. So that's a 60-point rip lower. And if you get caught there, your pants are down, you're behind Wendy's, you're out, you're done. It's over. Yeah, it'll be fun if Powell starts. If Powell, I've noticed a similar trend. If Powell coughs, the market goes up. If Powell scratches his nose or anything, the market goes up. So watch for those tendencies. Oh, let's go, Kid Poker. Let's go. If he farts, it runs down. That's pretty much what I said, Mr. Push. Not confirmed though. This is not financial advice. Are you kidding, Hassan? Tradevate was lagging. Hey, for those that voted sideways, there's still hope. There is still hope. And I would not be surprised if we take out the 244 lows of the day at some point between now and 230. Would not be shocked. Tradeway was lagging hard. Yeah, that's also something to always be mindful of when you trade this kind of volatility. Make sure your platform is on par, because if not, that can really mess things up. David Kling. Be right back. He's going to go play in traffic. Please don't. Oh, man. Okay, now this is interesting. We came back right to the overnight, or not overnight, the 15-minute opening range high. Now we're making a move. Oh, would have been a nice entry right there. It filled you like 30 points below. That's crazy. But that is what can happen if you enter on market orders in that type of volatility. Just that crazy things can happen. Hey, 2 steps boogie to pass 2 more evals. Let's go. FOMC ends at 2:30, but then Powell starts speaking. So basically from now until close of market, until 4 o'clock, the market is going to be volatile. The market is going to be crazy. Basically from now until the close. Just expect it. Hey, 7 PAs. Let's go 2-step boogie. That's awesome. Man, I'm tempted. I'm tempted. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be patient. How many evals I've passed? You mean total ever? Lifetime? or just right in that uptrend. I don't have any evals currently that I can trade. We just sitting here chilling. We watching it. I'm not even trading it. We're all tempted. I know. Sometimes you just gotta be patient. But yeah, I have past evals that are in the waiting. Yes. I have 11 evals that are already passed. So obviously I'm not going to trade those. But I do have 11 evals that are passed and ready to be activated into PA accounts. I'll probably actually activate at least 6 of them here sometime this week. I'll probably do that. And then we'll have basically 14 accounts with only a $500 drawdown. And then we'll have 6 accounts that are fresh accounts. Only have $500 left in drawdown. Yeah, same. Yeah, I have 14 PA accounts that I've taken a payout from, and now they only have $500 of drawdown left, which I'm okay with. I had a guy yesterday, kind of had to chuckle a little bit. This genius guy was telling me how dumb I was that I took out the full 2,000, and he doesn't do that. He has like multiple accounts that have over 70, that, you know, he has over $20,000 of profit in them, you know, and that's, you know, that's how you do it. I'm like, I bow down to you, master. I bow down to you. You, my sir, are a genius. How? Please teach me thy ways. And down we go again. Now, let's see. Here we go. Be a very tempting place here to buy. I'm so tempted. So tempted. I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Ah, I just did it. Just kidding. I didn't do it. He only takes out gas money for his fleet of Lambos. Mr. Pushup, these are lifetimes, so it does make me a little bit sad, but hey. Can you gamble news on PA accounts, D-Trader? No, you cannot. Man, this 8:30 or 3:30 area has been holding up. Gosh, I want to. Someone needs to take my hand, and I need to remove it from my mouse. Oh my goodness! I'm gonna pull a trigger. I'm gonna press a button. My hands are free from the mouse. Cannot accidentally click it. Yeah, Johnny B. That's what I think. SPX, do you not keep cushion and reason if you can explain why? The reason that I took out the full 2,000... Oh, excuse me. The reason I don't take out the reason I take out the full 2,000, which only leaves me with $500 of drawdown, is because it's my first payout, and I have invested quite a bit of money in evals and funded accounts, and it's time to get paid. It is time to get paid. And also for the reason that I haven't been consistently profitable enough for long enough for me to think that if I only take out 1,000, that, you know, I am pretty sure if I only take out 1,000, which would mean I have $1,500 of drawdown in, I'm pretty sure if I set my mind to it, I'm going to be able to blow those accounts. I'm pretty sure. So therefore, if I only take out 1,000 per account, that means I would have left $15,000 on the table. And every account that I would blow, the only thing I would think about would be, hey, I left $1,000 on the table. So I'm going to take out the full amount. I know it means I have very little drawdown left, but I will not have any regrets when it comes to, if I blow these accounts, I'd have zero regrets. I paid myself the full amount. We're basically back to break even. And now going forward, if I can prove to be consistent and be more consistent, then I will look maybe to build up a balance a little bit higher before I take a payout. But hey, hey, look, little big bear, you're out of your timeout. How are you feeling? You feeling all right? I was a little bit quick on the trigger there, but I felt it was warranted. How long did I put you in timeout for? I thought it was only like 10 minutes, but maybe it was longer. You should feel refreshed. I hope you took a little nap maybe, but you should feel well. But next time I put out a poll, maybe don't just go and take a big old dump. You know, don't take a dump on my poll. I won't time you out again. Keep those kind of thoughts to yourself. You know what my mom used to say? My mom used to say, if you don't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything at all. You're good, little big bear. Thanks for being a good sport. You're all good. Anderson 99. Oh, you have no idea how much I want to buy right here. I just want to do it. I want to do it. Gosh, if this rips up now, I'm going to be disappointed. What about all the mean things you said to me before? Dang it. I'm sorry. I did maybe. Hey, I said that's what my mom said. I didn't say that I always listen, but I should. I should listen. Boys. Man, oh man. My fear is we're just going to keep bleeding lower here. That's my fear. I cannot sustain a big pullback here. I just cannot do it. It's going to take me out. Should have done is wait, like buy. I need to buy down here, but oh well. We'll be fine. Take a trade on a sim account. I just can't do that. See, if I take a trade on a sim account and it's a really nice winner, then I'll just be upset. Yeah, SPX. We need a zapper. Shocks us. Hey, like I always said, you know, the best form of discipline? The best form of discipline is to tell someone your rules. Like, you know, you make sure that this person fully understands all of your rules. And then all of that person does, they stand behind you with a wooden spoon. And if you don't follow your rules, if you break one of your rules, they just take that wooden spoon, smack you on the head. That's it. I mean, I guarantee you, we'd be very disciplined traders. I mean, we'd think twice before we'd break a rule. Be very effective, I'm sure of it. Oh, I'm starting to get FOMO. It's starting to eat away at me. Hey, Bob Bakers. Don't you gang up on me now. Sounds very Amish with the wooden spoon. It might be. They didn't fill your limit orders. Was it when you traded during this news event? Man, my voice is giving out. Hey, we're pulling back again. Now I'm so thankful I didn't chase this. What are my rules? My biggest rules are not to chase, not to trade breakouts. Those two are probably my biggest ones. And follow, and once I hit my my daily loss, to stop trading. You got hit with belts. Yeah, we don't have belts. The Amish don't have belt. Well, I'll take that back. As a kid, we used to have a belt. It was actually an old collar from a goat. I kid you not. It was an old collar from a goat, and that sometimes was used as the spanker. And that was not a good time. I can promise you that. Those were not good times. It was during the news event, but there were eval accounts, so they didn't break any rules. Well, I mean, I understand they didn't break any rules, but you are probably going to have a difficult time with support trying to tell them that you got a bad fill when you were trading during that volatile time. Like, that's just unfortunately what can happen. Rules for entering and exiting trades. I mean, I have a discretionary trading, so I'm not sure what you want. I kind of get the sense, DL, that you think I need to have a very set mechanical type of entries and exits, and I don't. You should know this by now. Do you all use stop loss when you scalp? Man, okay. Let's not go down memory lane and everybody share their abusive. That doesn't sound like a good time. Oh man. Back in the day, things were different. Things were different than they are now. And just show the risk to reward. Amish American YouTube channel off and on. Huh. I have not heard of that, but I'll look into it. Come on. You're funny. That is not the same thing, Little Big Bear. Don't try to portray it like it is, okay? Taught you a lesson not to do it again. True. Oh, this thing is... I'm glad. We're just going to wait. We're getting close to 2:30. Is it exactly at 2:30 when Mr. Powell's going to speak? Usually, when Powell starts speaking, everything is rainbows and butterflies. So usually the market goes higher. But hey, what? I don't know. We'll see. Volatility has definitely died down some. Quite a bit. K trader. Oh, and there we go. Dang it. I knew it. I knew it, and I didn't pull the trigger. Yep, the poll was right. The poll was right. So far, 2:30 is here in 2 minutes, and we were definitely we're definitely up. So it is looking like you guys, the majority of you guys in chat were right. Are you allowed to trade the news on Apex on eval accounts? Yes, not on funded accounts. What is the minimum that I make? Sometimes I lose money, Chip. If that is the minimum, if that's your question. Sometimes I'm actually red. So that would be negative, I guess. I'm not sure. No, the least I make or the profit I'm looking for is like 100, 200, anywhere from $100 to $300. Anywhere from that, I'm more than happy with that amount. That's what I thought. Sorry, I didn't need to be a smart ass there, but it was kind of a weird way to ask that question. And we're at the 70s. Now we're just ripping, and I don't like it. And I'm sitting here brokenhearted. Unfortunate, folks. Unfortunate. That was what I missed it. I missed it. Yeah, so I wrote, so right now I trade all of my funded accounts, I trade one at a time. Once I get anywhere from $100 to $300 in profit on an account, then I switch to the next account, and I just keep kind of doing that throughout the day. Whoa, big spike lower here. Hang on. Hold that thought. Must be Powell must have crossed his legs right there. Oh no, Powell, are you saying some bad words? What are you doing? Must be Powell's being a potty mouth. Here, do we actually want to listen to this guy? Oh no, he just stepped to the mic and the market ripped lower. That's not a good sign. All right, hang on. How can we listen to this goof? Hang on. I think Powell's using some bad words here. Hang on. Let me make sure you guys can hear.
To leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce.
And hang on, give me a second. Maybe we can watch together.
Monetary policy has been putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation.
Oh, I don't need to hear an
As labor
echo.
market tightness has eased and progress
All
on
right,
inflation
now
has
we
continued,
need.
the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are moving into better balance. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. GDP growth in the fourth quarter of last year came in at 3.2%. For 2023 as a whole, GDP expanded 3.1%, bolstered by strong consumer demand as well as improving supply conditions.
Oh, man.
Activity in the
Give me a
housing sector
second.
was
Somewhere
subdued
here,
over the past
I'll
year,
eventually find it.
largely reflecting high mortgage rates. High interest rates also appear to have weighed on business fixed investment. In our summary of economic projections, committee participants generally expect GDP growth to slow from last year's pace, with a median projection of 2.1% this year and 2% over the next 2 years. Participants generally revised up their growth projections since December, reflecting the strength of incoming data.
All right,
including
can you guys hear
labor
okay?
supply. The labor market
Best
remains relatively
afternoon
tight,
ever.
but supply and demand
Hey, that's
conditions
awesome, little
continue
Big
to
Bear.
come
Take
into better
care.
balance. Over the
Have a
past
good
3
one,
months,
man.
payroll job
Thanks for
gains
stopping in.
averaged
Next time I'll try not to time you out,
265,000 per month.
but we'll just have to wait and see how it goes.
Edged up, but remains low at 3.9%. Strong job creation has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, reflecting increases in participation among individuals aged 25 to 54 years, and a continued strong pace of immigration. Nominal wage growth has been easing, and job vacancies have declined.
You want it a little bit louder?
Although the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still exceeds the supply of available workers.
You guys want it louder?
FOMC participants expect the rebalancing in the labor market to continue, easing upward pressure on inflation. The median unemployment rate projection in the SEP is 4.0% at the end of this year and 4.1% at the end of next year. Inflation has eased notably over the past year, but remains above our longer-run goal of 2%. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in February, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core
You can
PCE
hear me?
prices
You
rose
should be able to hear the other guy.
2.8%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad
we are
range of
about to
surveys
get
of
down
households,
to the
businesses,
area
and
we were just
forecasters,
in.
as
Isn't
well
that
as from
crazy?
measures from financial markets. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation falls to 2.4% this year, 2.2% next year, and 2% in 2026. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. The committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%, and to continue the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. As labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are coming into better balance. We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle. And
man.
that if the economy evolves broadly as expected,
I want to pull the
it will
trigger here,
likely
but
be
it's
appropriate
rough.
to begin
It's hard to
dialing
do.
back policy restraint at some point this year. The economic outlook is uncertain, however, and we remain highly attentive to inflation risks. We are prepared to maintain the current target range for the federal funds rate for longer, if appropriate. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress we have seen on inflation and ultimately require even tighter policy to get inflation back to 2%. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess.
Just wait until he has to answer questions. Wait till he has to answer questions. That's always a fun time.
The committee does not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range until it has gained
a
greater
20-point move will wipe me
that
out.
inflation
I know
is
that.
moving sustainably down toward 2%.
Like I said, this is going to be high-risk
Of
trade.
course, we're committed to both sides of our dual mandate, and an unexpected weakening in the labor market could also warrant a policy response. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. If the economy evolves as projected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 4.6% at the end of this year, 3.9% at the end of 2025, and 3.1% at the end of 2026, still above the median longer-term funds rate. These projections are not a committee decision or plan. If the economy does not evolve as projected, the path for policy will adjust as appropriate to
Come
foster
on, Powell, stop yapping and let people ask some questions.
Turning to our balance sheet, our securities holdings have declined by nearly $1.5 trillion.
We do not need to hear about your balance sheet.
Since the committee began reducing our portfolio.
I don't want to be depressed.
At this meeting, we discussed issues related to slowing
We all
the
know
pace
you
of
can just
decline
print
in
more
our
money and
securities
everything will
holdings.
be fine.
While we did not make any decisions today on this, the general sense of the committee is that it will be appropriate to slow the pace of runoff fairly soon, consistent with the plans we previously issued.
Mr.
The decision
Pusha.
to slow the pace of runoff does not mean that our balance sheet will ultimately shrink by less than it would otherwise, but rather allows us to approach
wanna
that
hear my
ultimate
balance
level
sheet.
more gradually.
It's not
In
anymore. It's
particular,
not any better.
slowing the pace of runoff will help ensure a smooth transition, reducing the possibility that money markets experience stress and thereby facilitating the ongoing decline in our securities holdings, consistent with reaching the appropriate level of ample reserves. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping our longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and price stability over the long term. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you.
Hey, he's done. Now it's going to get real good.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, the projections show somewhat higher core inflation. They also show somewhat stronger growth. What should we infer from this notion that on average rates were kept the same this year, but inflation is higher and growth is higher? Does it mean more tolerance for higher inflation and less of a willingness to slow the economy to achieve?
I feel like I'm
target?
getting dumber. I'm getting dumber listening to this.
It doesn't mean that. What it means is that, we've seen incoming, as I pointed out in my opening remarks, we did mark up our growth forecast, and so have many other forecasters. So the economy is performing well. And the inflation data came in a little bit higher as a separate matter, and I think that caused people to write up their inflation. But nonetheless, we continue to make good progress on bringing inflation down. And so,
when you just to follow up, when you say that you're willing to either maintain the rate for longer, what is the tolerance of the Federal Reserve for inflation coming in above its 2% target?
So we're strongly committed to bringing inflation down to 2% over time. That is our goal, and we will achieve that goal. Markets believe we will achieve that goal, and they should believe that, because that's what will happen over time. But we stress over time, and so I think we're making projections that do show that happening, and we're committed to that outcome, and we will bring it about.
Rachel. Hi, Chair Powell, Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. You and others have been saying that relief on housing inflation is coming, but it still hasn't shown up
That new
meaningfully
2% is 4%.
in the CPI or the PCE. Does that challenge your assumption about when the shift will finally break through, since it hasn't at that point?
So I think there's some confidence that the market rents, lower market rent increases
Not
that
sure
we're
on
seeing
his
will show
answer
up
here.
in measures of housing services inflation over time. There's a little bit of uncertainty about when that will happen, but there's real confidence that they will show up eventually over time. But again, uncertainty about the exact timing of that.
Okay. And will you be able to get overall inflation down to target if housing doesn't break through quickly, and does that affect the timing for eventual cuts this year?
Man, we're about to break
aggregate
by
inflation
the
down to
400s
2%
again.
over time. We will. And I would assume
Man,
that
I
what
feel
we'll
sick
continue
that I
to
didn't
see
just take
is
the
we'll see
trade.
goods prices coming into a new equilibrium where they're going down perhaps not as quickly as they had been earlier this year, where housing services inflation will come back down as current market rents are suggesting will
there
happen.
we go, above the
And where
400s.
non-housing
Let's
services
see.
will move back down. Some combination of those three things, and it may be different
Ay,
from the
ay,
combination
ay, ay,
we
ay.
had before the pandemic.
Like I said,
will be achieved
when our
and will
buddy
bring
Powell
inflation
starts
back down
answering
to 2%
questions and talking,
sustainably.
things go higher. It's done that the last 3 or 4 sessions.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, during your congressional testimony this month, you said that your test for making the first change to interest rates does not require you to be terribly comfortable that inflation is at 2% because interest rates are well above neutral. At the same time, you said here after the last meeting that the first cut is highly consequential. Can you reconcile these views for me? If rates are well above neutral, why would the first cut be highly consequential? Is that because you anticipate one cut would be followed by 1 or 2 more along the lines of the recalibration you made in 2019, which itself was modeled on the mid-cycle adjustment of 1995?
It's more, I would put it more in the context of what I said
Yeah,
in
Nubilius.
my opening remarks.
Yeah,
that
kind of, but I was
the risks are really
anticipating
two-sided
that.
here.
and I didn't
We're in a
take it.
situation where,
That's what I.
you know, if we ease,
it is what it is.
if we ease too much or too soon, we could see inflation come back, and if we ease too late, we could do unnecessary harm to employment and you know, people's working lives. And so, you know, we do see the risks as two-sided. So it is consequential. We want to be careful. And fortunately, with the economy growing, with the labor market strong, and with inflation coming down, we can approach that question carefully and let the data speak on that. That's really what I was thinking.
Hey, Design, welcome back.
So far this year, do you chalk up to one-off calendar adjustment effects following a period of high inflation versus some change in the trend we saw in the second half of last year?
So I want to start by saying I always try to be careful about dismissing data that we don't like. So you need to check yourself on that, and I'll do that. But I would say the January number, which was very high, the January CPI and PCE numbers were quite high. There's reason to think
I need to make a
that there
phone
could be
call.
seasonal effects there. But nonetheless, we don't want to be completely dismissive of it. The February number was higher than expectations, but we have it at currently well below 30 basis points core PCE, which is not terribly high. So it's not like the January number. But I take the two of them together, and I think they haven't really changed the overall story, which is that of inflation moving down gradually on a sometimes bumpy road toward 2%. I don't think that story has changed. I also don't think that those readings added to anyone's confidence that we're moving closer to that point. But you know, we didn't. Last thing I'll say is we didn't excessively celebrate the good inflation readings we got in the last 7 months of last year. We didn't take too much signal out of that. What you
There
heard
we
us
go,
saying was
420s
that
incoming.
we needed to see more. That we could, you know, we wanted to be careful about that decision, and we're not going to overreact as well to these 2 months of data, nor are we going to ignore them.
Hi, yes, Chair Powell. Could you speak a little bit more about the timing? Is there enough data between now and, say, May to be able to get the kind of confidence that you say that, you know, you still need? Or by June, is there enough data for you? Just give us a sense of your thinking there. Thank you.
Yeah, so we make decisions meeting by meeting, and we didn't make any decisions about future meetings today. Those are going to depend on our ongoing assessment of the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risk. So I really don't have anything for you on any specific meeting looking forward.
But, I mean, just a question of, I mean, is there even enough data for you to be able to?
We'll take,
Sorry.
you know, things can happen during an intermeeting period if you look back. Unexpected things. So I wouldn't want to dismiss anything. So I just would say that the committee wants to see more data that gives us higher confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably toward 2%. I also mentioned, and we don't see this in the data right now, but if there were a significant weakening in the data, particularly in the labor market, that could also be a reason for us to begin the process of reducing rates. Again, there's nothing in the data pointing at that, but those are the things that we'll be looking at coming meetings, and without trying to refer to any specific meeting.
Hi, Chris Rieger, Associated Press. Thank you. In the projections, there is an increase in the neutral rate, as you know, and higher rates, a quarter point higher rates projected in 2025, 2026. Can you speak about what might be behind that? Is there a real sense here that the economy has perhaps changed in some way, that higher rates will be needed in the future? Thank you.
So you're right, they're pretty modest changes, but you're right, there was an uptick in the longer run rate, and also there's a 25 basis point increase in 25 and 26. In terms of are rates going to be higher in the longer run, if that's really your question, I don't think we know that. I think we think that rates were generally low during the pre-pandemic, post-global financial crisis era for reasons that are mostly, important, slow-moving, large things like demographics and productivity and that sort of thing, things that don't move quickly. But I don't think we know. I mean, my instinct would be that rates will not go back down to the very low levels that we saw, where all around the world there were long-run rates that were at or below zero in some cases. I don't see rates going back down to that level, but I think there's tremendous uncertainty around that.
Great. And just a quick follow on the projections, you also have 2.6% core inflation for the end of this year. It's already at, or you mentioned it being 2.8 in February. I mean, that doesn't sound like much disinflation at all. So are you still confident, or the last press conference you sounded pretty optimistic you would get more confidence through the end of this year. Is it right to say that this suggests you're not seeing a lot of disinflation this year compared to what we've seen 2023 and so forth?
I think that higher year-end number reflects the data we've seen so far this year, because you're now in this year. So I think that. Sorry, say your last part of your question again.
Well, just are you still optimistic that you'll get the confidence you need this year?
I think if you look at the SEP, what it says is that it is still likely in most people's view that we will achieve that confidence and that there will be rate cuts. But that's really going to depend on the incoming data. It is. The other thing is, in the second half of the year, you have some pretty low readings, so it might be harder to make progress as you move that 12-month window forward. Nonetheless, we're looking for data that confirm the kind of low readings that we had last year and give us a higher degree of confidence that what we saw was really inflation moving sustainably down to 2%, toward 2%.
Gina Smilik, The New York Times. Thank you for taking our questions. Per your comment, Anne, that a weakening in the labor market would be a reason to potentially cut rates, or at least a consideration in making a rate cut, would continued strength in the labor market be a reason to hold off on rate cuts? And just in general, if labor supply continued to rebound in 2024 the way it did in 2023, what would stronger hiring and possibly stronger growth mean for the path forward on policy?
Yeah, so if what we're getting is a lot of supply and a lot of demand, and that supply is actually feeding demand because workers are getting paid and they're spending, and that's, what you would have is potentially kind of what you had last year, which is a bigger economy where inflationary pressures are not increasing. In fact, they were decreasing. So you can have that if you have the continued supply side activity that we had last year with both with supply chains and also with growth in the size of the labor force.
But so strong hiring in and of itself would not be a reason to hold off on rate cuts?
No, not all by itself, no. I mean, we saw, you saw last year, very strong hiring and inflation coming down quickly. We now have a better sense that a big part of that was supply side healing, particularly with growth in the labor force. So in and of itself, strong job growth is not a reason, for us to be concerned about inflation.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. How do you assess the state of financial conditions right now, and in particular, do you view the kind of easing in financial conditions since the fall as consistent and compatible with what you're trying to achieve on the inflation mandate?
So we think there are many different financial conditions indicators, and you can kind of, see different answers to that question. But ultimately, we do think that financial conditions are weighing on economic activity, and we think you see that in a great place to see it is in the labor market, where you've seen demand cooling off a little bit from the extremely high levels. And there I would point to job openings, quits, surveys, the hiring rate, things like that are really demand. There are also supply side things happening, but I think those are demand side things happening. We saw, that's been a question for a while. We did see progress on inflation last year, significant progress, despite, financial conditions sometimes being tighter, sometimes looser.
Michael McGee with Bloomberg Radio and Television. Can you give us more color on how the committee is thinking about inflation dynamics now? What we've seen at the beginning of the year, are they more one-off increases that will fade, or is there more of a secular turn with goods prices rising again and service prices staying sticky? And also, housing prices have been sort of the Godot of this cycle, in that you keep expecting them to go down and they don't. How does the committee see this playing out forward since you've raised your inflation forecast?
So I see the committees looking at the 2 months of data and asking the same question you're asking and saying we're just going to have to see what the data show. As I mentioned, you can look at January, which is very high reading, and you can, and I think many people did see the possibility of seasonal adjustment problems there. But again, you got to be careful about dismissing the parts of the data that you don't like. So then February wasn't as high, but it was higher. So the question is, what are we going to see? We tend to see a little bit stronger, this is in the data, a little bit stronger inflation in the first half of the year, a little bit less strong later in the year. We're going to let the data show. I don't think we really know whether this is a bump on the road or something more. We'll have to find out. In the meantime, the economy is strong, the labor market is strong, inflation has come way down, and that gives us the ability to approach this question carefully and feel more confident that inflation is moving down sustainably at 2% when we take that step to begin dialing back our restrictive policy.
Well, you've talked about the desire to have confidence that inflation is continually moving down. Has the recent numbers we've gotten for inflation data dented that confidence at all?
It certainly hasn't improved our confidence. It hasn't raised anyone's confidence, but I would say that the story is really essentially the same, and that is of inflation coming down gradually toward 2% on a sometimes bumpy path, as I mentioned. I think that's what you still see. We've got 9 months of 2.5% inflation now, and we've had 2 months of kind of bumpy inflation. We were saying that it's going to be a bumpy ride. We consistently said that. Now here are some bumps, and the question is, are they more than bumps? And we can't know that. That's why we are approaching this question carefully. It is very important for everyone that we serve that we do get inflation sustainably down. And I think the historical record, every situation is different, but the historical record is that you need to approach that question carefully and try to get it right the first time and not have to come back and raise rates again, perhaps, if you cut inappropriately, prematurely.
Go to Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. I wanted to ask you, you received a letter from, the Federal Reserve, for independent body, understanding Congress has oversight over that. You received a letter from Senators Elizabeth Warren and Sheldon Whitehouse that said, calling on you to lower interest rates, to cut interest rates, because it says, quote, the potential that it may remain too high for too long has halted advances in deploying renewable energy technologies and delayed significant climate and economic benefits from these projects. So has higher interest rates caused that?
Have they, well, first of all, I respect, in our system of government, it is Congress that has oversight responsibility over the Fed. We place a tremendous amount of importance on our engagements with Congress and always treat them with great respect. In this case, I would say those are, our mandate is for maximum employment and price stability and the other things that we do. And that's what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to do that in a way that sustains the strong growth we're seeing, the strong labor market we're seeing, but allows us to make further progress with inflation. That's how we can best serve the public and leave the other issues, which in many cases are incredibly important, such as those you mentioned, leave those to the people who have responsibility for those.
There was another letter from 24 lawmakers saying that the higher rates are squeezing the working people. How do these letters affect what you guys are doing policy-wise?
We receive these letters with respect, and we write careful responses and address concerns. We listen, again, because we're talking to the people who, in our system of government, have oversight over our activity. So but at the end of the day, we take that on board, but we have to make our judgments, and we have to stick to our knitting, which is maximum employment, price stability, supervise and regulate the banks, work on the payment system, the things that we do.
Claire. Thank you. Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to ask a question. As chair of the FOMC,
What's our buddy Powell been saying?
would you want to see unanimity
See, the market
on
only
the
does
committee,
go higher.
or
That's good.
something
That's
close to it,
confirmed.
meaning no more than one dissent
All the way up to the
before
450s.
you begin cutting rates? Thank you.
We're a very consensus-oriented organization, and we do try to achieve consensus and ideally unanimity. People do dissent. It's something that happens. Life goes on, and it's not a problem. We've always had dissents, and so and you respect thoughtful dissents very much. It's like you may not agree with some arguments, but you really want to understand them. So you may read a book that takes a position that you have long opposed, just to understand that book. So I treat dissents with real respect as well.
So Simon, one will be okay.
Simon Urbanovich with The Economist. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Obviously, inflation is some ways away from target. Unemployment, though, if you look at the projection for the full year, 4.0%. In February, we were already at 3.9%, so quite close to the median projection.
Using a little bit bigger profit target because of the volatility.
The very strong jobs growth, that in fact there may be some cracks.
That's a little nerve-wracking, though. I'll be honest.
You talked about a significant deterioration in the labor market being a condition for
My
easing
heart rate
rates.
has increased.
What would constitute that in your books? Thank you.
So we, of course, monitor
what is the
one of our two
add-on
goal variables.
BPCF?
We
It
all
is
monitor the labor market
affordable
very, very
indicators
carefully, and I don't
indicator.
see those cracks today.
Hey,
we
Anna, you
follow
passed
all
your
the
first
possible
eval.
stories
Let's go.
that are out there about
Nicely
there
done.
being cracks. But
Did you do it
the overall picture
on this
really
move?
is
Like
strong
on this
labor
FOMC?
market. The extreme imbalances that we saw in the early parts of the pandemic recovery have mostly been resolved. You're seeing high job growth. You're seeing big increases in supply. You're seeing strong wage growth, but wage growth is gradually moderating down to more sustainable levels. In many, many respects, things are returning more to their state in 2019, which we can think of as normal for this purpose. That's job openings and quits, and surveys of workers and businesses are always interesting on this. How tight is how easy is it to find a job? How easy it is to find a worker?
Okay, you still needed 800, so hey, that's
down.
awesome. Nicely done, Anna.
The labor
That's
market's
awesome.
It's in
Congratulations.
good shape.
You've been wondering about the 80% off in one day pass. If you don't pass in one day, does it revert to the 7 days? No, you can.
And people have made the
So as
argument
long
that
as the 7 day is that
if
promotion
layoffs
is
were to
active,
increase,
if you pass on the third day or the fourth day or the second day,
fairly quick
whatever
increases in
day you
unemployment. That's something
pass,
we're watching, but
that
we're not
is
seeing
when
it.
it will
Of course,
be activated,
initial
and
claims
you'll get the email
are very,
that
very
evening.
low, and if anything, have
So you don't
tracked
have to
down a
pass in
little
one
bit.
day,
So watching
but
it
as soon as you
carefully, don't
pass,
see it.
then it's going to
And
give
when
you.
I say
It's
something,
going to
I
be
use the term
considered
unexpected weakening in the labor
if that
market.
makes
So,
sense.
we do expect the unemployment rate to the forecast is that it would move up, I think, closer to what we see as the longer run sustainable level. That's just people's forecast, individual forecasts. But we're talking about something that's unexpected. That's where I'll leave it, though.
To pull the trigger again.
Steve Matthews with Bloomberg. You mentioned at the beginning of the press conference that the committee felt it might be appropriate to slow the pace of asset runoff fairly soon. I'm wondering, is when you say fairly
Between
soon,
lifetime and monthly, which one would you recommend? Neo, so
about this again.
I always say,
May,
like, it depends on what your goals are.
That soon.
If you plan to be if you plan to be, I don't even say that it's aggressive, but if you plan to trade in a way that you will be reaching the profit threshold within a month,
or something in that nature,
then I actually think it's okay to do the monthly. Because
so that is what we're discussing. Essentially,
it means that you're, if you get to that payout within a month,
sheet issues, we will discuss those.
And you get a $2,000 payout from the account, then an additional $85 expense is really not that much.
In MBS right now, but there is in Treasuries, and we're talking about going to a lower pace.
I don't know. It just depends. The lifetime, if you're consistently profitable, been consistently profitable for a long time.
And
I think lifetime's a really good idea too.
In terms of the timing, I said.
I mean, honestly, it's $140 versus $85, so it's literally $55 more.
And this is in our
the one-time fee.
Plans that we may actually be able to get to a lower level.
Only time that really makes it. I mean, it makes a big difference if you're activating 10 accounts or so.
Liquidity is not evenly distributed in the system.
Which one I have? So I did the one-time fee.
Reserves are ample or even abundant.
I have 11 evals that I'm about to activate, or at least 6 of them.
And that can cause you to prematurely stop the process.
I know I'm going to trade those a little bit more aggressively than I have in the past.
So
I'm going to trade very likely one mini.
19, perhaps.
I actually think I'm going to do the $85 monthly on those accounts.
Time and what would be a good structure. And fairly soon.
I think it just depends on how you kind of plan to trade it.
And will there be a discussion about returning to an all
before I did the lifetime fee, because I knew I was going to take it very slow, only trade micros, and I knew I'm going to have those accounts
is to
very likely for a couple
balance sheet
months.
that is mostly treasuries.
Then you definitely want to do the lifetime fee.
That once we're through
because
this,
if you're taking it really slow, and you have multiple accounts, and you're going to get charged $85 every month. Those costs can add up quite a bit, and then it's just going to put more pressure to
first, and then we can,
to not take it slow.
When the time is right, come back to the other issues.
Hi,
yeah, if you have the accounts for more than 1 month, then you save money.
Sheet,
yep.
But can you got to
remember,
the outlook for the banking sector
most people, 90%. This is a stat directly from Apex.
As deposits
most people, I think the stat is 80%. I think 80% of people lose their funded account within the first 30 days.
We're slowing down.
Okay,
we will
so
soon enough.
Keep that in mind. I know we all think it won't be us, but
any kind of
just keep that in mind. If you do plan to trade minis,
about banking sector turbulence,
it is very easy to lose
and we had some
an account trading one mini.
The last time, this is our second time in
we all think
this,
it won't happen, but
we're going to be paying a lot of attention to the things that started to happen and that foreshadowed what eventually happened.
This. We ripped
at the end
highs.
of that tightening cycle where we wound up in a short
it's very close
situation, and
to
we don't
getting
want to
in
do that
again right here.
And I think now we have a better sense of what are the indicators. It wasn't so much in the banking system.
Lifetime allows you to take breaks from trading. That is true too. That's a very good point, Jeff.
Funds is trading.
So maybe if you know that you're going to have a 2-week span that you're going to be on vacation, and you're not going to be even able to trade,
we will always be watching the banking system for.
Maybe then a lifetime makes more sense as well.
Is it also because you're not sure exactly how the
it happened to you, Paint Bar Trading?
The overnight reverse repo facility,
Bob, you want to go short?
I think
don't know that I want to go
broadly
short.
think that once
this doesn't look like fun.
Overnight repo stabilizes.
I wish I would have bought more of this dip.
That as the balance sheet shrinks, we should expect that reserves will decline pretty close to dollar for dollar with that. That's what we think.
There's a lot of people that lose their PA the first day they have them.
Hi,
Pretty
Chair
sure the
Powell, Jean
first
Young
time
with
I got a
Market
PA
News.
account, I had it for
I
2
wanted to
days.
ask also about the
I had it
balance
for
sheet.
2 days. I could literally
Well,
not
you
believe
said
that I lost the
starting
account
the
in 2
taper
days.
Sooner could
For the longest time, I was like so embarrassed to tell anyone. I thought,
does that mean you
I
don't
figured
have to
I
make
was
a
like the
decision on
only
when
one
to
ever
end
to lose an account in
QT
2
at this
days.
point, and
Now
will you
I
be setting
find
up,
out that I was
the
definitely not
process
the
for
only
deciding that
one.
sooner, or will
But
you
it was-
wait
I was
until
pretty
we're close
embarrassed.
to the end?
So the sort of
You're only
ironic
looking
that
for
by going
250 to
slower,
300
you
per
can get
day.
farther.
Yeah, and again,
But that's
it
the
depends
idea.
a lot on
The
your
idea
track
is that,
record. If you have a really consistent track
with a
record,
smoother
the lifetime
transition,
fee makes sense.
you
If you
won't-
don't have a
you'll run
consistent
much less
track
risk
record,
of,
the monthly is
kind of
probably the way to go.
liquidity problems, which can grow into
Yeah, your
shocks
first
and which
PA
can
account
cause you
for
to stop the process
110
prematurely.
days.
So-
No way,
so
design.
that's where, in terms of how it
That's
ends,
actually amazing
we're
design.
gonna
I
be
never knew
monitoring
that.
Carefully.
That's awesome.
Money market conditions and asking ourselves,
You lost your
whether
PAs in
what they're
4
telling us
hours?
about
Nice.
reserves. Are they right
That's
now? We would
impressive.
characterize them as abundant.
That's almost
and
hard
what
to
we're aiming
do.
for is ample, and which
Oh,
is a
man.
little bit less than abundant, right? So.
Look at us
there
go,
isn't
460s.
there's
Let's
not a
look at the
dollar
4-hour
amount or a
chart.
percent of GDP
We have
or
the
anything
next
like
area
that where
that's
we
kind of
think we have a
important
really
or relevant
pretty
is
clear
the
understanding of that. We're
485s
gonna be-
to
We're
500s.
going to be looking at what
Obviously, the
these,
500s are going to be
what's
important.
happening in
but
money markets, in particular,
This
a
market
bunch
only
of different
goes up.
indicators, including the ones I
Do you guys
mentioned,
still want to
tell
watch?
us when
Do you
we're
guys
getting
still
close.
want to listen to
Then,
Powell?
though, you reach a point ultimately where you stop.
I don't
allowing
mind.
the balance sheet to run off, and you.
You
but
got me
then,
beat.
From
You
that
got
point, there's
Fufu
another
beat.
period in which non-reserve liabilities grow organically, like currency, and
Yeah,
that
that's
also
not a bad
shrinks
idea,
reserves
Sandy
at
G.
a very slow pace. So you have a slower pace of runoff.
You've had
which
your
will
current
have,
one for 3 weeks. Like
fairly
that's the
soon.
other thing.
Then you have another
Okay.
time where you effectively hold the
You want
balance
me to
sheet
shut 'em
constant
up?
and allow
Want me to turn 'em
non-reserve
off?
liabilities to expand.
I am totally cool
and
with
then
turning
that
him off.
ultimately brings you ideally
Or I can
in
just
for
turn him way lower if you'd rather do that.
a nice easy landing at a level
I'm not getting anything out of his yapping.
of what we think the lowest possible ample number would be. We're not trying for that.
He's gone. He's gone, guys. He's gone. He will not torment us anymore. Here's a pullback. It is tempting here to short, to be honest. Feel like that's kind of, I can't believe I'm even saying it, but yeah. Everyone wants him turned off. Hey, you're welcome. Poor Father Powell got down. We took him down. Hey, sometimes you gotta put him down. I'll pretend I just shorted now. That's true. Now I feel better already. The thing to remember is, one thing I've noticed, once they stop talking, it almost feels like the market then decides which direction it wants to go, and it just keeps going. I might actually tonight, you know what? I've been wanting to say this, and I wanted to present this to you guys for quite some time. I keep forgetting, but this might sound a little crazy, and I've not seen any other traders do this. Maybe it's for a reason, but hear me out. Like, this would be like a stream that I would do as a celebration stream, or like, maybe if I get to 10,000 subs, we would do this. Like, once we get to 10,000 subs, we would do this or something. But to do a 24-hour stream where I would basically start at 6 o'clock at night. So basically when the market opens at 6 o'clock, and we would stream from 6 o'clock in the evening until 5 o'clock the next evening. So it would be a 23-hour stream, and I would be trading as well. So we'd basically be trading we'd be trading the Asian session, every session we'd be trading it. Would that be a fun time? What would my wife say? Oh, she'd be down. she could make it without me for one night, you know? We'd be all right. As long as I'm trading the entire time. Yeah, exactly, Donovan. I would be. Maybe we'd make a deal that the only trade I can do is a reverse. So I have to enter a trade in the beginning, and then the only button I can hit is reverse. So I would be in a trade for 23 hours. That would be hilarious. Obviously, I would do it on micros, but you would, at the open of 6 o'clock, I would have to enter my trade. And then from there, the only decision I could make is reverse. So I couldn't close my trade. I'd have to reverse. That would get pretty wild. But it would be an entertaining session, I can assure you. Maybe we would only do it on an eval. I don't know. I would maybe be okay with doing it on a funded account, maybe. But I think it would be kind of funny. Or not funny, but I think it would be actually kind of fun. The Nutty Bar Marathon. We'd have like a box full of Nutty Bars and an ample supply of coffee. And we would stay hydrated with coffee, and we would stay energized with Nutty Bars. Okay? You'll have to break it up after 12 hours, as YouTube won't save the stream. Well, that's fine. We could end stream and just restart it immediately. But I'm honestly thinking I'm thinking of doing that for like some kind of major milestone where we'll do like we'll do something like that. Probably wait to do it for like once we hit 10,000 subs. I think that would be a good time to do it. Okay, we have pulled back. Do I trust it? Oh man, I'm not sure I do. Honestly, we should probably just call it a day here. We should probably call it a day. $218 profit. I'm happy with that. At least I think I am. Feel like I left a lot on the table. I was kind of hesitant on pulling the trigger twice. But hey, it's going to be, do it when I reach 60K payouts or something like that. I could do it then too, true. But I'd probably do giveaways during that stream too. Maybe, $50 giveaways randomly throughout that stream or something like that. And hopefully I wouldn't fall asleep. Yeah, my short would have been good. I know. Don't tell design. Oh, man. You didn't even see my trade? Well, that's all right. It happened. It didn't take that long. 1K giveaway for 5 days for the 60K celebration. Hey, if I get to 60K in payouts, a 1K giveaway is not out of the question. I will share. We're doing a $500 giveaway this week, so why not? Why not? You're good, Bob. Oh, man. I feel like I need to end stream or I'm going to end up taking one of those one more trades and it's going to rip against me and then I'm going to be upset and then, you know how that goes. I think we're going to, I'm kind of hesitant because I feel like we're going to get a pretty major move here. So anyway, it is what it is. Wow, look at her rip. Oh, I knew it. I need this. I need to just end stream. So if I sit here, I'm going to end up taking a couple trades. I can feel it. I said the same thing yesterday. Yeah, it's true. Oh, man. All right. You know what? I am going to call it here. I'm going to call it here. Call it a day. I did take one trade, one account on my other account, but small winner. It was a good day. It was a good day, though. Good day. Good day. I think we're going to call it here, folks. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. I appreciate everyone's support. Also, before I leave, thank you, Rio, for your sub. Flamefire, thank you, Summit. We had a lot of subs today, and I'm a terrible streamer. I don't... David, Daniel, Otang, Flamefire, Rio, thanks everyone for your sub. If you subbed and I missed you, then I'm really sorry. Thank you. So hit the like button before you leave. Thank you. But thanks everyone. Hope you all have a great rest of your evening. We'll be back tomorrow, and God bless.